Hello. Oh. Oh. It's on fire here? Seems to be. Let me just move the microphone a bit. Maybe that's a bit better. Hello, hello. Just checking the volume difference between stuff. I don't know, it seems okay, but who really knows? Not me. I haven't done streaming for a while, I think. I don't know. Losing track of time. As usually do. Just connect the chat. Wait, is there anybody else on D-Live? There normally is, but always check. No. Oh god, it's gonna be a lot of private chat, isn't it? God, I've typed that a lot. Nope. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Wow. So, been working on it a bit offline, made a whole things a whole lot better and a whole lot of things a whole lot worse. And now I have this brand new problem where this happens. And I have no damn clue how to fix it yet. Other than to have less loops. I do not like this. It happens on both my browsers, so I don't think it's something to do with a browser update as much. And I have no damn clue what I would have done to make this happen. The only things I can think of that I changed is stuff like that. It was a long time ago the last time I had the whole thing running, so I can't adjust back to then. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing wrong here. I did join this, so it's twice as long. Would that be doing it? No. I want something to be there so I can see it's happening. No. Yeah, I have no damn clue what's doing it. I don't think there's anything in particular that I messed with. I had it running with less things, so I didn't notice this was a problem until recently. I just started trying to get it to work yesterday again. I gotta recode the whole thing. I thought it might be something to do with this, because this wasn't working, but I had that the wrong way around, I just realized, so I'm like, okay, let's change everything back and see how it works, but it doesn't. I got rid of the log. Yeah. I don't know. I tried turning this down, I tried turning that down, I tried turning these down. If I turn this down, it works fine. If I turn this down, it doesn't matter. Let's just set that to a thing. I don't think any of this other stuff has anything to do with anything. The only thing that seems to work is if I change this thing. Is there something wrong with this? I mean, I know there are problems. Sample length being larger than the amount of samples it's actually checking. Not really a problem, but it shouldn't be a thing. I should be limited by length instead of whatever these things are, or both combined. Or at least that. This is less than length. Nope. Not quite sure what to do here. Did something happen over there? No. Numbers don't seem bad. Wait, what are the two numbers again? Okay, so I'm looking at 855 samples when it gets to sample number 3847. So when it's at that, it will look back that amount, and that was the optimized settings to go that many things at that location. I believe that's what's supposed to be happening here. I don't just have to crash everything, do I? Just got everything all running. Restart the everything. Oh, that's nice. Chat just immediately jumped open. Just got everything all running.
Tempelic pie.
Oh, nice. Easiest restart I've ever done. Anything different? No. Oh. Okay, what if I... Oh, what? Is my mouse black on the screen share thing? On the, Oh, wow. Why is it black? I can't see the mouse at all on my screen share thing unless it's hovering over something. Wait, is it changing when it hovers over? Okay, no, it's on both sides. Weird. Well, that sucks. I have no clue if anybody's been able to see my mouse the whole time because I've been like gesturing at things and stuff. Whatever. Just another one of those things. I wanted you I was doing it so I wouldn't be able to tell me that they couldn't see it. So what am I doing? Oh yeah. Is that making a noise through that microphone? I might have to switch to the other one just because it doesn't pick up stuff like that. What am I looking for right now? Oh, I've just tapped to something I didn't want to. Something I didn't want to. Okay, you can't hear that. Let me switch to the other microphone.
Hello, other microphone. Now my voice sounds like trash. Microphone. Now my voice sounds like trash. Huh, it just doesn't sound bad. Now my voice sounds like trash. Huh, it just doesn't sound bad. Yeah, it's getting louder and louder outside. Sanded the building down. Back to this, back to that, over to here, over to there. What else could I do? Like, it seems to just be, it's trying to do too many things, and that's the problem. But I've had it done, it's done a hell of a lot more than this in the past. I was running simulations that took over an hour to complete. Like, this shouldn't be any problem at all. So I don't get what's happening. I don't think it's like some sort of a memory leak. Oh, that's noisy. It says result code hung. And unfortunately I can't really Google this because it just comes up with dumb people things. Just how to kill it and all that. Specific things that are causing the problem. So it just said, I can't get any straight answer about what exactly causes this thing, so I can't avoid it if I don't know what's doing it. It's just telling me generic things, which has got nothing to do with my program. It's not out of memory. I can only assume it thinks there's an infinite loop, and then it's killing it. Maybe there was some like global update in how all of this stuff works recently. I don't know. Because that's sort of a very important thing that my entire program relies heavily on. Do other things I have break? I mean, they might not be broken if it's loading it from a server. All of that change in that red is just for the that's just the polygons for the sphere. Crazy. Yeah. Well, the biggest number I'm getting here is in the thousands. So it seems as though I can lower this thing. Without it getting angry at it. See, it went a little bit further that time. Okay. I mean, the only way that I could think to fix this is by introducing artificial delays when it's done a certain amount of loops. It will then wait a frame and then continue, and that would fix it. Because it's just got to remember the min-max and whatever integer it was currently up to. But that means I need to change the entire system so it can handle a delay. That, or I just turn it off instant mode. Would turning it off instant mode actually work? I'm not sure if it will. I don't know what I'm clicking for. If I turn it off instant mode, I can't remember if this works correctly. It could create other errors that I just don't remember. I need to get rid of that. And this. That. And we use this one instead of that one. And then I think everything works. Yep. The only thing is, this is how fast it takes. How long it takes. And also things are based on time, so any lag's gonna do that. I'm assuming this is where it's doing the check. I just optimized that. And then any moment now, yeah, let's optimize this. That's sort of cool how I can see that happening though. You can see how long it took as well. But yeah, how dramatically longer this takes to do the damn graph. And I think it crashes here. Any moment now. Oh. Okay, what about the next one? I think it's almost done. This really slows down development time, doesn't it? Still crashes. It just takes longer to crash. This is a problem, damn it. There's one other option I have, which is one that I do not like. So this one should still not work. What is this project? Tests. Micro backup. And let's just hold undo for a while. Let's go until I put that condition in. Extra fun sound. Standing my door or something? It's okay, kitty cat. Filling my house with dust, that's for sure. Where is it at this point? This wasn't a point where it was taking a really damn long time. What exactly do we have going on here? So I have that set by default. This is at 3000. I don't have the limiter, although I was probably just about to put the limiter on. Oh, it's noisy. And a heck of a lot of other stuff has changed. Have that there, but not on this one. These things are 10s, that's still got the +1. And okay, so I am logging this bit of information, but I have the wrong initial thing, so when do I change that to be 1s? Why am I messing with this with the... Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, it should be using the other data right now, but I have it turned off. This isn't helping, is it? There's too much of a change here. Too much is going on. Okay, there we are. Okay, does this crash? No. And it was doing really large amounts. I see no logical way that I would have broken this. I'm pretty damn high. What? What is that profit? 31. Right. As much as I hate it, I think I have to just continue from here and figure out what in the world all the thousands of changes I just did were. Because this is going back multiple days now, I think. I have a backup of it. If I change something, all I'm doing is losing my redo history. Which sucks. But I do have a backup of the newest one, so if I figure it out, I can just add that. It's useless anyway because it doesn't work. So, let's go! Change it to like 50 or something. That seems to be all the same. Is it still working? Seems to be going a whole heck of a lot faster. Not necessarily a good thing. Oh, because it's staying at the 50 intervals. Okay. I have this thing toggled off, yes. It does exist, it's just off. Oops. That was bad. Wait. Why was that bad? I'm assuming because of these gaps? Why were they not happening a moment ago? Oh, because it was set to 1000. The point is this is supposed to be able to be set to a low number, and this makes that work again. Hello, posted join. Feel free to ask questions if you want to know what's going on. Sorry if you can hear a really loud background noise. Guys sanding my back wall, preparing to repaint the outside building. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. So far so good. Okay. Very bad. Very good. 18. It's not a 33, but sure. It's 33 theoretical, was it? I have no damn clue. I really should do backups when things seem to be going too good. So I'm assuming this is before I had that 33 times better. 33%. So what the heck do I need to fix? There was a number of things that I know that were wrong, but I don't know what they are anymore, damn it. Oh god. Normalizing was wrong. My average is not this, it's the other one. No. How did that work? So this is the buy-sell normalization, and that's the normal normalization. Is this already fixed? I think it is. Okay, so average was up here, I moved it down there, that part's great. Oh, I have this thing here? Okay. But it's only on this one and not on the other one. Problem I made before, that needs to go the other way around. House is filling with dust. Damn it. And if this is this, then USD is that, Bitcoin is this. Okay. Now what is it? -3. It's even worse. What I was doing last time, it's really weird. Oh, I probably want this the other way around, don't I? One's buying, one's... What? No. That's not at all how this did. Okay, I thought I found a solution to a problem, but apparently I did not. This is not backwards, that is not reversed. Buying is still buying. Buying if below, yes. So that should be this. This should be what gives me the numbers I desire. It does not. For some reason it's better if I do it this way, which is weird that I need to recode all this because this should be working as a percentage of the amount of money you have, where it's just sort of an offset to a scale. Who knows what the values actually are. Oops. Well, I broke it, never mind. So I believe that was like that. I feel like I should just ditch it. Recode. I should just do the recode. I just wanted to get it to something that didn't crash constantly before I did the recode. Hopefully I'll just notice the errors as I do it. Alright. Yeah, that's annoying. So, recode. How the heck am I gonna do this? So I'm thinking I should definitely make some sort of toggle between the optimizer and a non-optimizer. Best way to do that is by having the optimizer in the same way as everything else. Yeah, how is that a thing? I want to be able to just swap out a name, basically. So I just have it defined, and yeah. But it hasn't found. But no, it shouldn't be, but it is. But is that good? Is that bad? I don't know. Cat got off piece, so I'm gonna close this door. Be right back. Okay, I should make it quieter and less dusty in here. What am I doing? Yeah, so I want to get rid of this mode thing. It's doing the exact same thing. The only differences here is just that is OP normalize and this is BTC normalize. But this has extra things. No, that's not an extra thing. Yeah. So I should just be able to switch that out. Wait. It's only that part that's different? Oh, wait, where is this part? All over the damn place. Yeah, so I should just be able to simply swap out that, and then both would be the same. Just make a copy. So data values mode. Mode will just switch out whatever with OP. I'm losing it. I was in such a great place yesterday. Couldn't wait to go. Every damn distraction in the world is what always happens. And now nothing works. And I need to undo multiple days of stuff just to do the same optimization. Which should really be done with the newest code, because now I gotta remember all the damn changes. Ugh, I hate that. So, what am I doing? How do I do this? I need to Because I really should have it done in a more optimal way. How does the decider work? I've just got it hard-coded to BTC and USD, where it should be from to. Does it care about a from to? I guess it does, but then if it is, then the values should not be got by this from values. Values should probably be from to, sort of a thing. It just grabs the newest one. No, yes, maybe. Because this is pushing into the normalizer, so this is a value for a thing. So it should say what it is, this is its value. So it should be like currency values mode. And currency is wherever BTC is. If mode is 1, then it uses the optimizer. Or the currency could just be optimized. No. It has to be a toggle, so that would have to be whatever one I'm optimizing. Mode would be to the optimizer, because we still need to do it, all of that sort of stuff. No, because everything goes to the optimizer. Yeah. So I've got all of this. So am I literally just swapping it out for the optimizer? So the optimizer is just using whatever values. The only problem is the own USD, which I guess will be swapped out by the optimizer, where this one has BTC for that. Wait, what? Oh, a USD for that. But yeah, again, I could just be swapping out both of them, but no, sometimes does it? No. Yes? Maybe? Some of it would, some of it wouldn't. Some of it would be, but others would not. Because I am still using BDC things, so I can't just swap out BDC for OP. But not all of it is like that, so I'd need two different things. Both of them would be the same thing unless the optimizer is running, in which case it's the thing too. Okay. So it'd be something rather along the lines of currency 2 equals currency. I mean, I guess that works, and currency 2 will be overridden by whatever, so if mode, then currency 2 is equal to optimizer? Oh, sorry, kitty cat. I saw a shadow. I thought the shadow was her out of the corner of my eye. So I went to pat the shadow and just like whacked her in the face. Okay, so currency, so this would be currency 2, As long as both things can be smushed together. Yeah. My head's not in the right place now. It's that noise. I knew I should have probably gone out and done something outside instead. I thought they were going to start painting, it was going to be the fumes that were going to annoy me, but nope. It's that noise. Whenever there's some sort of a noise like that, my brain just stops. It's just a humming, constant droning with saw blades or whatever. And they're building a house. All concentration goes out the window. Sounds currency. Just no deal with currency now, so. We don't seem to have any USD or anything in here, so that should be the same. Okay, seems to be correct. So that whole thing can go away. Both have been smushed into this. Job done. So we've got the normalize, the buy sell normalize, and the normalize used. Oh, okay. So that's adding something to the normalize until we as long as keeping it within a certain length. Why are we keeping it within a certain length? Not entirely sure. Technically, I should not need to use this at all because this isn't actually doing stuff. That might have been a thing that I changed on the newer one. Rather than using normalize, I could just be using the graphed information because the graphed information has all of this. Normalized length. Hang on. I have used and max. And length. Something just changed, that's weird. Am I still muted? No. Okay. So yeah, the normalized length is 50. Normalized used is 10, but the max used is 100. That's a problem because this has a max of 50. We could never get to 100. So that's a problem. I feel like I deleted this. And then I just forget about deleting stuff from here. The other thing was buy, sell, and normalize were two different things. I mean, that is fine, I guess. But yeah, I merged them both together, so both are using the same normalize. That's been done. Okay. It's now merging this thing. Well, that works better like this. That's why I don't like that. It should not be working better like this. But yeah. Making things a percentage should make this better. I think. But I don't know if it's in a total better or a relative thing better. Like, I think a total thing better because one way, if you want to buy, then it's only going to buy with a certain percentage of the amount of money you can turn into the other currency. So, at relative to your USD. Where this one is relative to the total amount of money you have in both USD and Bitcoin. Which means you can exceed your limit. Where this one would never really be 100%. This one could be 100%. It could be 500%, who knows, of the amount that you actually have in the bank. So that's a problem? Or is it not a problem? Because I have it on the smaller relative things, but then when it actually does it, it's on the bigger relative things. So it optimizes for one, but then uses a thing that it didn't even optimize for. Which would lead me to believe that just having that would be better than this, but a mix between them is what works best. I feel like it's only seed money that would be doing this. I don't know. I feel like I should probably just leave this. Because I know it works better like that, but... Let's just delete it, I gotta back up. Okay, cat wants to go out in the other room. There you go, kitty. Could have easily just pushed the door open yourself. Oh, it's 27 degrees right now. There you go, kitty. There you are. Door's open, kitty. Just take another step. Kitty. What? The heck? How dare anybody call me on Facebook? Oh, I gotta answer this one. Okay, there. Right about. Phone call from a friend who's out in the middle of absolute nowhere. I very, very rarely can actually ring. And it was very surprising he actually rang me, like, that never happens. But I had to go because he was doing stuff. I had to ring my mum, and I'm back. So what the heck was I doing? So this one's a bit different because it's OP. I mean, owned USD is always going to be owned USD. Oh no. So is it going to be USD or is it going to be OP? So I need another one? Two, three. The problem with this one is it's USD owned, not OP owned, because the other one is Bitcoin owned. I can't have both of those in the same thing. I guess I could have just two variables for USD and currency, and then just replace them both with the OP. Damn it! What's happening, kitty cat? Oh, it's really grinding. Oh, sorry, kitty cat. Ow! Damn it, kitty! Pour on my hand. I know. Damn it, kitty! Ah, she's so angry. I can't do anything about it. She's just angry. Can't stop the grinding, can't stop the dust. Staring at me, meowing, and then standing just out of my view and meowing, just out of arm's reach, meowing. If I put my hand down, she'll just attack it. Cuts all over me now. Yeah. Hopefully today's the last day he's grinding around my wall. Although he was sanding back at the same place he was before, so he might have just scraped off like what he could. Now he's going and sanding it all. Like a second pass. Hopefully there's not too many of those. Ugh, what am I doing? I have no damn mental power. I hate this. I want to do stuff. The more I delay, the worse off I am. Missing the best damn opportunity that's probably never going to happen for a long, long time. I should just be running the damn program as it currently is, because it is working for what is currently there. I could be using it, but... What am I doing? So I need USD or other, and I need it in the actual one and the OP one, and they can't be just switched out because it's different things, because they're both the same, and I can't have them both be the same, so I need something which just says how much you have of either. And that thing will be assigned depending on mode. Okay. I hate these non-descriptive names, but I can't have them be descriptive. I guess USD total lap works, I guess. And it is that. And other total is that. Should probably be other own. I get that. That's why I had that the other way around. Without even knowing it. But it does work better the other way around. Owned USD, owned dollar. It's getting pretty damn dusty. My drink. Oops. It was such a pain dusting the house again. I was just starting to clean. That was twice as dirty as it was before. At least I'm not living in that room anymore. Otherwise, it would be right next to me. Okay. So, what am I doing? Blah 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 blah. USD own. So basically everywhere this is said can just be replaced. Is that everywhere? Yep. And then in this, that gets replaced with this. But that will be that equals this. And then this will go wherever that was. And then... Ow, it hurts. Then, what am I doing? USD own, other own, or own other. Is just own other. Why is that there? Which one was it changing? Alright. Yep. Otherwise it will be... I haven't changed it, that's why that was still there. Okay. So this should currently work exactly the same as it was before. Really wish I checked what it was how well it was working before, but whatever. That was currently broken. Let's see what happens. No. 695. Oh, because I added currency to this. And then there's one that's in the optimizer. This one doesn't really matter. Oh wait, no, it does matter. Huh. I believe that should be it. Okay, we're getting all zeros, this isn't good. Oh, not all zeros. This feels like it's taken a heck of a lot longer than it was before. I think we might have a memory leak within the that. I think this should be getting erased every time it goes. Does not appear to be. I really wish I could stop this thing. But for it to stop, I have to be able to receive inputs, which means adding artificial delays, which makes it take drastically longer. So yeah, that should help with that. So every time we increment the number, we reset all of the OP stuff. So let's merge that area. I should just wait. I can't do anything until I can test it. No point adding more if I'm just going to be undoing it all. Oh god.
No descarter. Yes, now we can talk. Into the descarter model.
That looks terrible. We should start at the bottom. Collecting the damn group again. There's just so much trash to sort through, it sucks. Oh, it's supposed to disappear. Videos and junk. So much more effort to read a video than just a simple image. Oh, hell, the video starts with him googling things, not good. Yeah, nope. I need a tutorial on how to drag and drop images, thanks. May 30th. Oh, that's out of date. Oh, I'm so damn biased against that guy's stuff. I can't even look at it. I know I'm not going to change my mind. Unless I have to look at it in damn detail. Almost done, I think. Why would a memory leak cause this to take so much longer? No, that's not right. that means it's got more stuff that it's looping through right now. What could be more that it's looping through right now? I mean, we got a less conditions, so it's not that. We got some sort of an error on this thing again. That was one thing. And S is less than len. So we're going from 0 to whatever the range of this thing is. Currency change does n. Oh, it sets the currency. This is the value you want to change, but we set it to n, so it's 0. I don't think 0 should ever really be a thing that we want to have. Should probably have a minimum of 1. OP start other value. Price length. What? Start other. Okay, so that's the price at the beginning. So I know what's what. This thing's last for relative terms. The amount of USD you have is that. The amount of other is that. Normalize is whatever. This should be 50-50, but whatever. And yeah, how many we're going to normalize? Newest is this, which we got going on twice. Then we go through the sample length and less than that. So this is length minus the amount of samples minus S. What's happening here? That's gonna be the newest thing. Back at what? Okay, so it should be going from start to end. So price is the values which we're getting from graphs. I'm doing that anyway. I should just be doing that with the normalize. So sound is so annoying. Sample len and what's happening? So this will go for that. This is what is this? You can't actually hear that through my microphone sometimes. That's this microphone. This thing doesn't hear a single thing if I just tilt it like ever so slightly away from my face. It's very loud through my headphones. Sample length end is 50. Okay, so that's how many. That's when we want to start. That's how many we want to do. So that's how many samples we want to do. What is len? Length is the amount of these things we have to sample from. So yeah, if we weren't inside of this, we wouldn't want this. So I have no clue actually what would happen if I was trying to do that, because that would mean this would be a negative number. Okay. So that's how many things we have. So this is going to the last one, and then we're minusing how many we want to be sampling from minus S. So we're going to the last one, back to the start, and then going back to the end. Okay. So that would be the newest bit of information to go through the decider. Am I literally just doing this a second time? Yes, I am. Wow, I feel like you're totally not going to be a bot. Hello, welcome to the stream. What did I normally say? I've forgotten what I normally say every single time somebody joins. Feel free to ask questions if you don't know what's going on. Yeah, so that's just newest, data, Bitcoin newest. This is a mode 1 thing. Value is working out a percentage of the change. If the change is the thing, then it does the thing. Okay, good. Job done. Less than that. I don't know why I would want this. I mean, I know why I'd want this, but something feels wrong there. I could just have it if s is greater than length rather than doing that. If this is less, this is greater than length. I'm not. How would I mean that should be a possibility, but oh, that's ignoring it there. Okay, never mind. Sure. So that should be that. Is it finished yet? Hey, it crashed. Finished early. Okay, let's go again. Okay. Other than the values it's telling me, this seems to be great, but these are not the correct values. It seems to be very stuck on whatever numbers it says for a few things. Question is it going to crash? I mean, if this thing's doing the crashing thing it's done before, then I've just unupdated a whole lot of things for pointless reasons. It just didn't happen to be a problem at that time. But then why is it a problem there? I don't know. I don't know. There is no reasons. Nothing is valid. Why are they going to attack me again? I know. I'm also annoyed at the noise. Hey, you finished! Oh, it's actually looking pretty good. We'll keep it generally above the line. Okay, okay. What did we get? 25. Pretty nice. Ah, it worked. Ah, great. Now I can continue on to the next part. So the next thing to do would be to do what? Merging these together. I feel like I should keep that, so it's going to be two separate things. We just need to merge mode. Is mode already merged? What is this? OP or B? That's this one, right? Yeah. That. One's by fail, one's self fail, yeah, whatever. Blah blah, that. And that's that. So I think that is all the same now. So that's now relevant. Okay. So let's sum that down a bit. So I shouldn't need to use the normalize. No, I do need to use them. Do I need to use the normalize? Technically, not really. Maybe? No. Yes? Maybe? Yes. Let's keep the normalize. Because technically I could be using the graph, but then the optimizer doesn't have a graph, so I'd have to be adding it to that anyway. The graph is just added from a different location, so it should all be added here. Really, the graph should be added from here. Okay. Two averages. One is this average thing, which is the average, not the buy-sell average. Which is that average. Which is coming from loss minus normal. So yeah, I'm averaging out things, minusing it from that, timesing it by 10 to get a bit of a scaly thing. I could remove the times 10, but that means I need to add an extra 0 onto my validating things, I think. Or remove a 0 from the minimal buy and sell amounts. Where am I at? Either way, it's not the best. But it seems fine, I don't know. Whatever, let's just keep it because that's what it is. That plus shouldn't be required. This should be a relative 0 to 1 thing, not a whatever this thing is. How would I even get a 0 to 1? I guess it would be by the other average thing. So this is my 0 to 1, and this is somewhere in it. Ideally, but that could actually go over that, so not. Not quite sure how that works. Maybe I don't care about values which are within both of them? Only if it's outside both or under both do I care. Dunno. I mean, that just means there's going to be a big dead zone where no transactions are happening. It should always be every time, everything should basically have a decision. No, because you don't have to go every time. But then that's what the optimizer works out. No, maybe? I don't know. So, blah blah blah. This thing's the other thing. So this thing should be both the same thing. No, that's not currency 2, that's just currency. This is not optional. Oh, I've missed a few of these apparently. Whatever, doesn't matter. Okay. And that should be all the same now, the only difference is that, which, you know, it's just because of mode. So really, if I remove this... Let's just straight up remove. Then this should actually, supposed to be work better. So it's 25.2 right now. But if it follows true from the past things, this is wrong. Let's see what it says. People post good renders, but it's only good because they use this one in particular add-on, which makes really good grass. That's the only reason it looks good. Yes, kitty, I know. Oh, that's right. I was charging my phone. How did that go? Terribly. It's taking a really long time to charge. It's getting annoying. Oh, it just needs a restart. Oh, it's done. So 25 point something 2, I think. 26. Hey, actually, that's better. We're onto something here. Great. Alright, well, if that's good, then I'm just gonna delete the rest of it. Okay, wait. Before I do that, I mean, I can delete this and bump that down. But what happens if I do this? Just in case I copy something in the meantime. 26.9 is the number to beat. Where'd the music go? Nowhere? That's a different thing, isn't it? That's a bit confusing. My original music playlist. I can't decide if this damn post is any good. It's just the background is an image and it's too obvious. The rock doesn't quite look that good either. But it's good enough. It's more composition. Composition in that background image is what breaks it. It's better on it, smaller on that screen. But that image is just terrible. That's why it's sitting there in the pending. No. Thought I already deleted that one. Or was that one a yes? Well, either way. It's gone now. I hate this one. It's a terrible car, but is it done well? I don't know. I mean, it's got an interior, but... Nah, it doesn't have a texture, there's no environment. But that's not the point of it, it's about topology. Okay, he says he's still working on it, so let's wait for the working on things. That's what I understand. Oh, it's done. 26.9. What do we get? 25. Okay! Great! It'd be really nice if I could merge these things together. What is happening here? I think because if it mounts the other way around, that it's trying to do a buy when it should be doing a sell, or a sell when it should be doing a buy. Who the heck are you? Let's just get you out of here. But that one. Nah, you're totally a bot. What am I tabbing to? I'm already there. So many names. How long this list is getting. How many of these people still show up? Probably not many. Or at least that many. Oh, Commander Root's still there. He's all the way at the end. Commander Root. That would have been my initial lot of people. Whatever. Oh god, I'm getting so tired. Sure. I mean, it's not that 33, but we're not expecting it to be. 33 is the most optimal optimization. 25 was the unoptimized optimization. Okay, what next? So you have a mode, but your mode is mildly different. What? Okay, so this one will just do a from to sort of a thing. Where this one needs to know what it's from. If it's from USD, then we need to do whatever, otherwise we need to do another one. Alright. So I should be able to merge these two things together. I should be able to merge all of this together and probably remove like that much stuff. Damn it, I'm derping again. I'm thinking about a whole lot of things. I don't know what's better, I don't know what's worse. Why is it so damn hot? I want to open up my windows, but there's just a guy outside dusting. What am I doing? So I could merge, but what is the end goal? What am I visualizing here? Maybe I should leave this and do some more optimizations, because normal is supposed to be, I mean average is supposed to be, you know, normal? Something here is supposed to be a relative thing as a percentage of how much you have, which is not what I'm doing. I'm multiplying my minimum amount. I feel like that thing's done with now. And this should be the backup if I'm going to be doing that. Drink. Yeah, so what am I doing? I need that to be a percentage thing, I think. I also need, what if I have, but if the seed is... Should the optimizer be... I'm thinking about lots of minor changes. Yeah, so that thing should be a percentage, and then I'm thinking about with the optimizer, should the initial starting value be what your value was at that time, or should it be what a default value? I know the value should probably be with half one, half the other. It should actually work with that. Let's see how much that changes it. So it should be that number is the number I'm trying to beat. What happens if I do this? Yes. 5/2. Does it get better? Wait, I pushed that button already? I didn't even realize I pushed it. Huh? I'm deleting posts, yet I've got more posts. I don't understand. Oh, he's got a teaser now. Oh. Ah. Epilepsy inducing. Okay. I understand literally nothing from this, but sure. I want to know.
Yes, at least in theory. And I'm not talking about just putting a URL to some online game in, you can obviously do that. I mean 100% of the game's code stored entirely on one of these. As surprising as it is to say, there theoretically is absolutely no reason you couldn't. A QR code is technically just a storage medium like any other. It's just as legitimate as a floppy disk, CD, or even hard drive. It doesn't store much data, but it is data nonetheless. Keep in mind the bar for data storage is actually pretty low. You could also manually write out binary zeros and ones or hex bytes by hand. It's not very efficient, but technically you've stored computer data. And while a QR code is most commonly used to store ASCII text, it can actually be made to store binary data as well, which pretty much means anything you can store on a computer you can store on a QR code, provided that it fits inside the size limitations. How limited are we? Well, QR codes come in various standardized sizes, but the largest is version 40, which gives us an absolutely leviathan 2,953 bytes. Yeah, slightly less than 3 kilobytes. It's not much. If you're curious just how not much, this sound from Windows 10, a sound that lasts for 1/15th of a second, this sound is 11 kilobytes. Yeah. Or remember floppy disks? The ones I remember are these, the 3.5-inch high-density floppies. Remember needing like 20 of them to install Windows?
Okay. Problem. Has it done? What's happening? I feel like it was done well faster than that last time.
Windows 95? Well, those things are 1.44 megabytes, or 1,474,560 bytes, which means just one of those floppy disks can store not one, not two, but almost 500 version 40 QR codes worth of data. So, can we really fit a whole game into just one? Well, while pictures, music, video, and operating systems do take up a lot of storage space, simple code can actually be surprisingly economical. And while 3 kilobytes is pretty small even then, people have made games with far less. Going back to floppy disks, did you know that people have managed to fit games into a floppy disk's boot sector? And if you don't know how small that is, it's only 512 bytes, roughly a sixth of what we're dealing with QR codes. If you can fit a game into 512 bytes, you can fit a game into 3,000. Or look at the Atari 2600. A huge amount of those cartridges could only hold 4 kilobytes, so games had to fit into that or less. So, in theory, there's absolutely no reason we couldn't store a perfectly playable, if somewhat basic game, onto a QR code. So let's do it. Our first decision is what game to write, and since this is just for science, we may as well implement something that already exists. My go-to simple game is Tetris. I love Tetris, but I've already talked about how litigious the Tetris company can be, and since I'd like to make this QR code available to the public, I ain't going near that. I'm gonna go for the game that anyone who had one of these will undoubtedly remember fondly. That's right, the one and only Snake. Extremely simple, but still just fun enough to fend off boredom in the pre-smartphone era. Our next decision is platform, and while it seems obvious to write a smartphone app, since that's what QR codes are usually used with nowadays, I have some doubts that I'll be able to make something within the size limitations on mobile. Additionally, the more locked down nature of smartphones I think would make it a lot harder to get an executable to run from a QR code, which is probably a good thing now that I think about it. So, I'm just going to make this a Windows app instead, with the idea being that you could read the QR code from the computer's webcam, fitting an entire Windows executable into those 2,900 and whatever bytes. Before we get to that though, I will mention a really easy way you could pull this off. You could just write it in HTML and JavaScript. In fact, just for demonstration, I did. This is Snake written in JavaScript, with some HTML and CSS to pull it all together of course. Once it's been minified, which basically means removing everything not strictly required, it fits snugly into our QR code size limit. You'll notice I was even able to fit some comfort features in, like writing extra code to draw the snake as long and thin rather than a big blob of white squares or dots, or queuing up button presses so that if you press buttons in quick succession, they'll still get recognized, and giving you one extra grace turn to move if you're just about to game over, just like the old phones used to do. So, technically, we're already sort of done. But it kind of feels like cheating, right? While it is actual code and not just a website URL or something, you still need a modern browser installed, which... Wait, that's not a modern browser, get that out of here. So, yeah, modern browsers, which, let's be honest, are kind of doing a lot of the work for us. Somehow it just...
Good. 7. Yeah, good. What was the change I did? Huh. Interesting. Is it just not working it out correctly, or is there something else going on here? So how much in USD plus how much in Bitcoin converted to the USD minus how much you how much you currently have in USD plus how much you have in Bitcoin converted to USD, and how much you started with in USD divided by if all of it was converted into so if all of it was converted into Bitcoin. Just to be sure, make sure. Plus the amount you already had in Bitcoin. So how much you have in USD converted to Bitcoin at the starting value, plus how much you had in Bitcoin at the start converted to this. Sure. Try again. So 7.8 is what that one was. Just to make sure.
Just didn't feel right. So we're gonna make this a native executable. At first glance, this would appear to be impossible. A super simple hello world program written in C already consumes 100 kilobytes. But most of this is actually not our code at all. It's all the runtime libraries that the compiler is linking by default. We can disable this with the no default lib option, which does mean that we have to specify the libraries we do need manually, but doing this cuts the file size all the way down to 3 kilobytes. A great start. Now we could probably get it down further with more compiler options, but what I'm actually going to try is foregoing the C compiler entirely and writing this thing in x86 assembly. Yep, as close to the raw machine code as is generally possible. I touched on this in videos like my Super Mario 64 compiler optimizations video. C code, while it may look technical to the uninitiated, is very much designed to be human-friendly. For your computer to run it, it must be translated into machine code by a compiler. And while compilers are generally very good at what they do, they're still not perfect, and most importantly, they're not human. They can't really think about the best ways to translate and optimize your app. They can only really do what their developers have told them to do. As such, generally a human will always be able to write lighter and faster machine code than a compiler. Which is why most video games up until the mid-90s or so were almost always written in assembly. The slight inefficiencies introduced by compilers was just too detrimental to performance on the hardware of that era. Now, I'm planning to write an extremely simple game and run it on modern hardware, so clearly performance isn't really an issue, but writing in assembly also gives us a lot of control over the size of the binary, since we're kind of writing all the bytes ourselves. So even though I am a lot more familiar with C, this really seems like the way to go. And with absolutely no outside help at all, I soon had an assembly program that uses the Win32 API to make a window, and all within 2.5 kilobytes. Yeah, we're actually already pretty dangerously close to our limit, and we haven't even written any game code yet. I trimmed a few unnecessary lines out and found the file size had jumped all the way down to 2 kilobytes. That's way more code than I actually removed. When I put the lines back, it jumped back up to 2.5. Weird. So it turns out the Win32PE format, which is the format of pretty much all Windows executables nowadays, is by default aligned to 512 bytes, and it's also listed as the minimum alignment possible. This made me a little nervous, since it meant we don't just have to get our code below 2.88 kilobytes, we actually have to get it below 2.5, since anything over will round up to 3. I went ahead anyway until I had a white dot that could be moved around the screen, but I was already at 3 kilobytes, already over our limit with still barely any game. So, is that it then? Well, not quite. 512 may be...
What have we got? So 7.8 is what to beat, and -2 does not do that. Really? Okay. Why is it -2? This should work fine with half and half. I think. Maybe. It would work better if it started with the amount of money you had at that time, I think. Was there a problem I did in here? So again, so how much you have in USD plus how much you have in Bitcoin converted out to USD at whatever the current price is. So your total amount you currently have in USD minus how much you have in the start in USD converted into the start values Bitcoin, plus how much you already had in Bitcoin. So that should just be this thing. Wait, have I done that wrong? So half of your USD divided by the Bitcoin value. So your start USD divided by the Bitcoin value, yes. Plus how much you already had, which would just be this times 2. And then we times that out. Same way we did for this. This is from Bitcoin to USD. Or USD to Bitcoin to USD. How do we divide all of that by start USD? Oh. Yes? Yeah. So I had that much at the very beginning. And yeah, so if the value had not changed, this should just be a 1. Right? Oh, but then we're minusing. So if the value had not changed, then USD, and I didn't do anything, then this would be the same value as that, 1 minus the other divided 0 is 0. I don't know. Unless there's something else I've done wrong here. I'm fairly certain this is how you convert it. I don't know. Let's see, if I remove this, does it go back to what it was? Back to the video.
The defaults and even the documented minimum, but Windows will actually accept almost any. We just need to override the defaults in our linker. Unlucky for me, the linker I've been using doesn't seem to have byte alignment options. I was using this one since it made it super easy to link with existing Win32 DLLs, but seeing as size is a priority, it looks like we'll have to swap out with another, which meant having to make some changes to my code. Luckily they weren't too hard, and soon we were linking with MSVC. I couldn't remove the byte alignment, I could only reduce it to 16 bytes since that was the alignment of the Win32 libraries I was using, but that still got us down to 2.66 kilobytes, which is definitely an improvement. Unfortunately, it still didn't take long to reach the limits once again. 2.9 is already over, and we still only barely have a game here. You know, there comes a time when one must acknowledge their limitations. Yes, technically, I can write x86 assembly, but do I really know what I'm doing? No. Do I know all of the tricks or best practices to make the smallest binaries possible? Not really. I probably know a lot less than the developers of a C compiler do, and I'm sure I could learn them, but then we'd be here for another few months, I'm sure. I decided I had bitten off more than I could chew here, and I was curious to see if a C compiler set up the right way would be able to write more efficient assembly code than me. So I rewrote everything in C, which was actually easier than it sounds, and yep, that pretty much says it all. So while theoretically a human being can always write better assembly code than a compiler, that doesn't necessarily mean that they will. So I decided to carry on in C. I'm much more comfortable with it, and I just had more faith that I could write cleaner C code than I could assembly code. The whole time I was keeping a close eye on the executable size, which in itself was pretty nerve-wracking since it was now all at the mercy of the compiler. A single new line of C code could add anywhere from a few bytes to a few hundred. I was constantly trying to find ways to do more with less code. But finally, eventually, I failed. I got Snake working just how I wanted it to, but my executable was 3.1 kilobytes, way more than 2.88. I did write in my comfort features, the drawing code, the button queuing, the brief byte grace period, and I did play around with compromising these things to try to get it below 3.1. But doing that always made the game feel a lot less playable. I know that is the kind of sacrifice you have to make with extreme size limitations like these, but I felt like there had to be more I could do elsewhere before I started cutting code out. Even though this whole thing is just a QR code experiment, I really hoped the game you would get would at least be kinda decent. So I started looking at other avenues of shrinking down the binary. We only needed about 200 bytes or so. I looked into some pretty complicated, unofficial modifications you could make to the PE header, but they all kinda went over my head, and they could also potentially break compatibility with some versions of Windows. It was at this point I started thinking about compression. It did feel a little bit like cheating, but seeing as I didn't want to cut functionality, it looked like it was going to be the only choice. Now, I didn't want to put it in a zip because I wanted the experience of just getting an executable and running it. No unzipping or anything else required.
The centipede
there
one.
are other ways
Nope.
to compress, particularly when it comes to executables.
Imagine a hug from her.
Packing is a means of compressing an executable and then attaching it to a small decompressor program that unpacks and runs the original program on startup. To the user, this is completely transparent and just looks like you're running an ordinary app. Compression is heavily used in the demo scene to make really tiny demos. 64 kilobytes, 4 kilobytes, or even 1 kilobyte demos, which I'm showing here.
I can imagine,
I
because I have an image.
Packing is kind of like the auto-tune of the demo scene. Yes, it's technically kind of cheating, but it's also really clever technology, and everyone's using it, so you're kind of crippling yourself if you don't use it. First I tried UPX, since that was the only one I was already familiar with, but it didn't like my custom alignment, and disabling it blew our Snake program up to 4.5 kilobytes, which UPX could only shrink to 4. Yeah, ironically, this means compression has made our file larger. But soon I discovered the program I should have been using, the same one that the demo scene uses, Crinkler. This takes the place of the
Mono,
linker in our
the video
compile
is
chain.
almost
So
louder
once
than you.
again, we're swapping linkers.
Okay.
This was pretty much a drop-in replacement though, so I had no issues this time.
Let's switch back to
With
the
Crunkler
microphone.
in the tool chain, our Snake program went from 3.1 kilobytes to just under
Oh, the microphone.
1.4. All that Snake in less than half the size. The QR code dream lives on. I have a feeling if we took it back to assembly, someone who knew what they were doing would be able to shrink it down with no compromise and no compression. But instead, you're watching me. But I would say, I think the
Goes down.
smaller it is,
This
the
video is
better.
really done.
It means the QR code can be smaller and probably easier for the software to read. Speaking of which, how do we create a QR code, you may ask? Well,
I'll have to wait until when I'm deleting again. Alright, what's the number this time? 8. Well, it's better, but it's worse. What? Hang on. It's better, but it's worse.
Mono, I challenge you to a game of Tetris sometime.
Oh, you'll win. I've barely ever played Tetris and Bejeweled. The most I played Bejeweled was when I went to New York, which is like... what was it? I think it was like a 2-hour flight, you know, from Australia to New York. A day in 2 hours, but you know, the day gets cut off because you go across that borderline, so it's, you know... always a funny thing. The sun comes up, the sun goes down. The sun comes up, you're still on the plane. The sun goes down when you're arriving, and only 2 hours had passed. That's a lot of fuel. Yeah. Yeah, but like most of the trip I was just playing Bejeweled because that was the most fun game they had on the screen. How did I play it? Was it with a controller or was it a touch screen? Like, it must have been with a controller. Whatever.
Mono, I hate my best time in Tetris Sprint because I completely failed at the start.
Okay. I don't get what that means, but sure. So how in the world have I stuffed this thing up? All I should have done was add 2 brackets to this thing and plus that. That should have been the only difference. So by removing this...
Mono, I could have gotten like 9 seconds faster.
Oh, I see the problem. Never mind. 9 seconds faster or what? Because this is the start USD and start other. Yeah. I don't have a start other, I just have a start USD, so I would have to be doing this. Okay. Instead of that. So, some sucks. So, yeah, my start USD divided by 2 because half of it was converted into this. That one is also wrong because that's not my start USD. This would be start USD divided by 2 as well.
It takes me to clear 40 lines is about 135 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I have literally no clue about anything. I light up the blocks and then I lose. It's about that. I've literally not really played it since I was like 5. I had one of the little handheld thingies when I was in a hospital one time, which is really weird because that memory doesn't line up with anything. I have a definite memory of being in the hospital, in a hospital bed. I think there was a girl that was the room across from my one, and she had this handheld Game Boy thing which she let me use. I never interacted with her with any way because I was in the bed. I never left the bed, at least not as far as my memory goes. I remember the doctor tried to get me to wear a diaper when I was like 5 or something, and there was no way I was going to put that on. I couldn't believe that that was a thing they were going to say, like I'm way too old for that. And yeah, I remember the bed was on the side, it had a curtain on it, which was weird. Because it was just a room with a bed and a curtain. Like, the curtain was just going around the edge of the bed. But it was against the wall in a corner sort of thing, anyway. So it was like a bathtub, but a bed. Yeah, and outside the window there was a tree. Green, bright, grassy. Yeah, and I just remember being in a lot of pain. I think it was when I broke my arm, like it must have been. But why was I there overnight or anything? Was it overnight? Maybe it was just for an afternoon or something, I don't know. Who knows? But I remember it as if I was there for a whole week or something. It was weird. Yeah, because the memory doesn't line up.
Time is weird.
I remember being in so much pain that I couldn't move at all because my arm hurt. It must have been my arm. Like even trying to move my leg or something would make my arm hurt. And then... But then how would I be able to play the handheld thing? Because I would have to be moving my arm. So that would have had to be much later on, another day, I don't know. I don't know, but apparently to my mom that never happened. I was never in a room like this. Which is weird. Yeah.
Mono, I have so little sleep I don't really get time anymore.
Yeah, that's just normal. Even if you don't have sleeping at weird times and that. Time was going real fast for me a couple of days ago. Like, I'm like, every 15 minutes it felt like my music was stopping. I'm playing my music, playing my music, playing my music. Like, why does it keep doing this? And then I started looking at my watch every time it stopped, like just to see if it had actually been 15 minutes. And it had actually been an hour and 15, or an hour and 20 minutes. It felt like 20 minutes. Yeah, so like an hour and 20 minutes were going by like 20 minutes should. And it was literally like it was 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm like, bruh. It's weird. I don't like that. I used to have that all the time, but we used to have the opposite as well. It used to go in phases. So time would be going really fast like that. Crazy, crazy fast. But then it would also go really, really, really slow. So it would feel like hours had passed, but it had only been 10 minutes. I never get the slow ones anymore, I only get the fast ones.
Mono, it's morning now but it feels like night and I have to go to school in 1.5 hours.
Yep. Well, plenty of time to sleep while you're in class, I guess. So what was I doing? I don't like how this is all done. Because if I want to change this, it's a real pain. I should have initializing USD thingy. It's that thing divided by 2. This thing is there. And then that, which is this. And that could really be that. Make it a little bit more minimal. And then that is this.
Mono, my first class is gym 2 hours. Imaginary grumpy face emoticon.
Crazy. I really had classes like that any school I ever went to. So my initial USD converted into the starting value of the Bitcoin, and then converted, or plus what I had initially in Bitcoin, and then converted out. So if I just put it all into Bitcoin, took it all out, this much I'd have. Okay. So 8.6. So not a negative, not a 7 point whatever. So this should be anywhere between 8.6 to 2.5, I think it was. No, 25. That's the values I'm looking for. Hopefully greater than 25. Where am I going? The basics.
with some of my favorite things in the world, Unix command line utilities. First, I'll use a tool called QR encode to convert our binary data into QR. We'll have to tell it our data is binary since it'll otherwise assume that it's text. And it's done, doesn't even take a second. There it is, an entire Snake game inside a QR code. This is what we've been waiting for this whole time, and we're finally here.
What happens if
And
you
now
scan
for
it?
the ultimate test, can we get our executable back? For this, I'll be using another tool called ZBar. It reads all sorts of barcodes,
ZBar.
including QR codes, and comes in two forms, ZBar image for images and ZBar cam for webcams. I'll try ZBar image first with our original QR code picture. Once again, we'll have to tell it that our code contains binary data rather than text. Okay, looks good. And yeah, it decoded perfectly. This executable that we're playing right now was just decoded from a QR code. And now it's time for the ultimate test. The whole point of a QR code is that it can be easily scanned in from the real world with just a camera. So here I go printing it out. Now let's fire up ZBar cam. Ew, gross, who's that? It took a moment to recognize, but it eventually made an executable, and... oh. Huh. It doesn't work. Maybe it just didn't read properly? It did seem to have some trouble with the paper not being flat, so I tried to use cardboard to keep it straight. No, it's still broken. What happened? It read perfectly fine from the image, but not from the webcam? Something's definitely wrong. When I run it from the command line, it just says segmentation fault, so it must be getting corrupted somewhere. It was so damn close! I decided to create a new QR code with the error correction turned up. Before it was set to low, I'm setting it to Q, which is the highest that can still fit. Error correction inherently requires more data, so there is a limit to how much we can have. I didn't expect this to do much, since QR code error correction is intended more for if the code gets scratched or damaged somehow.
Kiwi
but
Gamer
I had to try
Man.
it. And...
Do the thing.
Nope, still
Oh no,
not working.
I've been
This
playing
is
weird
so
visual
weird.
novels and horror games to get into the mood to not sleep for a week and be somewhat productive with the 85% chance of me getting a heart attack because of a caffeine overdose.
Have you tried instead just sleeping? The thing is being done in the background. I'm waiting for it to do its thing, which is taking ages. And I'm not sure why it seems to be getting slower and slower.
Kiwi Gamer Mania. I hate sleeping man. IYTS boring.
Oh man, I love sleeping. I could literally talk for many, many hours about random dreams I've had and how unbelievably, epically amazing they are. Ah, so great. I was thinking about that once. Like, last night's dream was a whole story, but it was still like half a dreaming when I was thinking about it. I was trying to remember what it was. I was trying to... In my dream, I wrote it down, and then I read it back to myself later on after another dream. Like, I pulled up the text file and read through it. I'm like,
Kiwi Gamer
it's
Mania.
weird.
Also, I should be working too because this week I'm getting assignments.
It was all about teleporting and stuff. I had the ability to teleport. And then I went to the moon, and there was some crazy stuff happening on the moon, and I went there with some friends. We was just going to check it out just quickly there and back before anything bad happened, because we just had makeshift spacesuits. Probably
And I
didn't
will
hold
also
very
have
well.
to do C and C++ problems. Heck.
Yep, it's always a fun thing to do. But yeah, so I just went to the moon quickly, we checked it out, but then something happened and my abilities weren't really working because they're all about confidence sort of thing. And I was suddenly less confident in my ability because I was taking other people with me. I started having doubts whether or not we'd be able to get back or not. And then
no,
it
my
stopped
dreams are
working as
even
well.
more disappointing than normal days, and that is when I actually have a proper dream.
Yeah. No. As I said, there's nothing... I can't imagine anything more boring than a dream you can't distinguish from reality, you know? All my dreams are really crazy, epic, you know, epic things. Like some dreams I've had have lasted thousands of years within the dream and things.
When I dream, it's a nightmare. Happily, I rarely dream.
Yeah, I don't really have nightmares anymore. I think the last nightmare I had was something or other. I remember being around like an industrial sort of estates type of thing. I can't remember all of them. There was like 4 instances? Let's say 4 instances of this thing happening. It was across multiple different dreams as well, on the same night. But it was like, there was a puddle.
Kiwi Gamer Mania. Like once I dreamed that my mother turned into a monster.
Yeah, my one was there was a puddle and something great reached out of the puddle. Like I was trying to look at my own reflection in the puddle, and then it reached out and grabbed me, sort of thing. But it wasn't my reflection; it was just a thing in the puddle. And I'm like, I was trying to shake it off, but it just was latched onto my leg, and then it's like, and I ended up waking myself up because it was like terrifying in the dream.
Also work, you lazy potato.
And then it happened again and again. The last one was happening at a lake I was walking by, and I'm like, damn it, stop doing this! Like, why are you doing this? And then like I heard a voice like saying, "I want out," and like a voice echoing in your head, sort of style thing. Yeah, just saying, "I want out." And I'm like, oh, that's not right. And then I forced myself awake because it was like trying to like pull itself out of the water using me or me into the water. Either way, I wasn't quite sure. Like, do I want to back away and it might come out? It was like it was breaking through a barrier, and the water was a barrier keeping it back. And yeah. Anyway, but when I woke up, you know how when you stare at something bright, how you have those like tracy lines in your eyes where the light was moving around, you blink and you can still see those bright streaks. I had something like that, but it was animated and it was like faces of people in terror. It was just like, soul sand looking thing in Minecraft, but really high detailed and just thousands, like uncountable amount of faces just moving and morphing sort of things in terror. And I was like, damn it, I'm awake, this shouldn't be happening. Like literally, I was awake at the time. I had to get out of bed, I was like moving around, I was like turning the lights on, and every time I blinked I could see the faces again. It's like, damn it. Just like when you look at a bright light and it takes ages for it to like go away. Fun times. That was the last sort of nightmare-y sort of thing I had, I think. Which is also the craziest one I had. Usually my nightmare things aren't really scary to me anyway. Not in the dream anyway. Like they are scary, but not.
No, the last nightmare I've had was after a horror game binge, after which I passed out from exhaustion basically and dreamed of being in a human slaughterhouse. It wasn't fun times.
Oh, I never like games like that. I know the game you're talking about. I don't like horror things like that. I'd rather like Nightmare on Elm Street style horror, which is, funny. Because my dreams are just like... Because when I actually have a horror dream, the horror part isn't actually scary to me, but it should be. Like, it really should be. One of the ones that I always used to have, like, a reoccurring nightmare-y thing, was about basically being in a forest or something like that, some place with lots of plants and dirt and stuff, and you're walking around the place and doing whatever.
No, I only played them for the cute anime girls.
But basically there was these little worms in the ground. There's since been other stuff around, like, I think there's a thing with it on... It was along the same sort of lines, but they were on a beach. Anyway, it was going around Facebook for a while. But, yeah, there's little worms in the ground. Little tiny, like, strands of hair sort of sized worms. And they could be really long or short or whatever. And basically they would burrow up through the bottom of your feet and into you. And they would each, like, consume you from the inside out sort of a thing. Yeah, they'd be coming up through the ground. So if you were touching the ground, like, originally with your shoes, it didn't really happen, but there was still some getting through, and it was like, what is these, like, you're just feeling like a sharp, like, pinprick sort of pain on your foot that just goes away immediately.
My last nightmare was something like a monster getting out of someone's face.
Yeah, it was like a pinprick sort of thing on your foot, and then the pain would just sort of go away, because it's just like a sharp pain, and then it's gone. But now it's inside of you, and it's like, oh, it's annoying.
After a horror game OFC.
And yeah, so I was like, I took my shoe off to try to figure it out. It's the thing that happened, before the dream happened enough for me to know what's happening immediately. So I take my shoe off, and there's nothing in my shoe, and whatever. And then I put my foot on the ground because I lose balance. And now my exposed skin is on the ground. There's lots of them coming up through the ground into my foot, and it's just like hollowing out my eating my bone of my leg and flesh and stuff like that, so my foot just like collapses like a noodle. And now I'm on the ground, like more of me is on the ground, and now just more and more are just coming into you, just eating you more and more. And then like your body, like you're trying to get your arm off the ground, but now it's a noodle, and like it falls off because they've just eaten it like clean through.
Kiwi Gamer Romania. Work, you damn lazy spaghetti feet.
Yeah, fun times. And I'm just trying to like scrape up my body parts into a pile and and move off the ground as just more and more of me is falling apart. Till like I'm just basically like one arm and
I
a
read a lot
torso.
of horror manga, so I don't really think of nightmares as nightmares anymore, but just think of it as interesting. And from what manga was this terrible dream inspired?
Yeah. I have no clue what that was inspired from, but it was one that recurred. But it wasn't scary. In the dream, it's just like, oh, well, that's mildly inconvenient. You know, as this keeps happening, it's like, it's annoying, stop hurting me. So I can just try to scrape myself up, like, I'll be fine if I just get off the ground sort of thing. It's like, and then I wake up, like, I was well too calm in that situation. Yeah, fun times. Yeah, I have really detailed dreams, fun times. Yeah, that's bad. I thought I fixed it, but I had not. Was it? Why the heck is it taking so long to do its thing? That's the first thing I should be looking at. I see no particular reason why it's taking so long.
Romania. Some people told me nightmares are from demons. Oh no, I got a lot of demons in the past.
Oh yeah. I remember the first nightmare I had. That was a reoccurring thing. It was of this girl that used to stay at my dad's place because my dad had like a.
Mono. Until I get to my Chan's daily life or U12 dream, I won't really care.
And yeah, it was this girl. Whenever she stayed over because her mum was staying over at my dad's place, and like she would always blame me for waking her up in the morning, no matter what, no matter if I did or not, and it made my dad really angry. Like, why do you keep doing this thing? And you know, so the nightmare was of me in my room, and I want to leave my room, but she's standing in the doorway of my room, asleep, but standing, you know, because why not? And I have to get past her, and there's a way I could get past her, but I'm just trying to like work out what the best way to get around her without waking her up, without bumping into her and things. And then suddenly there's this big like gap that starts forming in the floor, and it like the floor is pulling away, and this gap's getting bigger and bigger. And I'm just like, what's happening? Like at first I just have to step over it, it's all fine. But then it keeps getting bigger and bigger, so I have to jump over it. And if I jump over it, I'm going to make a sound when I land on the other side. So, like, I hesitate, because I don't want to wake her up. Like, how am I going to land without making a sound? But as I hesitate, the gap opens up wider and wider. And it's always a jumpable size. But it'll always make more and more sound the more I delay. But then I always delay because it's going to make more sound. And but then it's going to make even more sound. That's the nightmare. That was the first bad dream I ever had. Yeah, crazy. Anyway, so why is this thing taking so damn long? All I can think is just turn the iterator down, but that's going to drastically change my results. Or I could just not worry about it. Let's just see what it does. What was it doing? So we are disabling that. And this is just a 0. Does this go back to 25-ish? Well, do it now sort of speeds up and then slows down again? Oh, okay. Because suddenly it's this. Interesting. Whatever, as long as that's above 10.
How can
Mono.
it decode
I need to play
perfectly from the
Tetris and watch some hentai. Yes, those are related. Don't ask how.
Hentai Tetris.
original image, but not now?
I just watched this video
Let's
while I
bring
wait
up
for it
the
to run
text
its thing.
editor and compare the executables side by side.
Yeah, guy putting Snake into a QR code.
From there, it was immediately clear what was wrong. You see this 0A byte here in the original? In the executable retrieved from the QR code, that byte has magically become 2, 0D and 0A. Now, those of you who know ASCII already know what's happened here, but in case you don't, you know how we often tend to break up language into
they've already seen the
paragraphs
video.
or separate
Alright.
lines? Well, computers aren't made of lines.
It was just
They
recommended
don't
to me.
really have a way of doing this internally. So, usually text is stored like this. One long, contiguous stream with a special character where the line breaks go so that when it draws that text on the screen, for us,
Oh.
it knows how to split the text into the lines that we made. This, by the way, doesn't include automatic word wrapping since the computer can calculate that on the fly. This only applies to line and paragraph breaks specifically. This special character is called a new line or line ending. It's not really a dot like this, it's a control byte that you never see. But what byte that is specifically is hard to pinpoint because not everyone could agree on that. Today, there are only really 2 line endings you'll ever see. Unix-based systems, so Mac, Linux, iOS, and Android, all use a single character called a line feed, which is in hex byte 0A. Programmers will know this better as \n. Windows, however, has historically used a 2-byte sequence. They also use a line feed, but it's preceded by a carriage return, 0D in hex or \r in code. So basically, Unix line endings look like this, and Windows line endings look like this. While most software these days can understand both line endings, a handful still can't.
Oh, we finished.
Up
What?
until 2018.
That was a heck of a lot faster than I was expecting. 26! Yay, that's better. Sure. I don't think I changed anything to make it better.
Mono, this monster video card has 4 GPUs and is from 2004.
Was that like a video or the thing? What? Yeah. Oh, just said he's not on Facebook, I just don't see. Boop-a-doop-a-doop, done. Alright, whatever, let's just keep it as that, because it really should be split 50-50, but apparently that's not as good. Another troubling thing, that could just be down to how much it's buying and selling relative to the amount that you have. It keeps feeling like it's getting hotter, but the temperature's going down. Unless it's about to spike back up again, and that's why you feel it, because you feel the difference in temperature, not the temperature itself.
Mono, it was the one thing in the corner of YouTube.
Yeah. Good old Linus. What is up with that hair? Like, why has he got like a comb over thing? Okay. Whatever. So, blah 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 blah, what am I doing? What am I doing? So, do I mess with this? So I want this thing to be relative to the amount you have rather than whatever. But to do that, I need to make a wobbly line. Because as things are currently... Wait, it's not being rendered. Aww. Have I done before that thing was... Okay, let's add that back again. Okay. We need the average to be back. So that's in the rendering. Average is already a thing, so we just need to add it. To add the average, we need to say that... Blah 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 blah. Oh, that means I need another conditiony thingy, doesn't it? I mean, there should be one around, maybe? No, okay. Okay, so if not mode, then I think that should be fine. This dot avg equals that. Oh, I'm gonna push the button again, damn it. No, whatever.
Windows Notepad only acknowledged Windows line endings, which is why you sometimes open text documents with it that would look like this. As such, it's not uncommon for some programs to automatically convert line endings to whatever system you're using. Are you starting to see what's happened? Ordinarily, you wouldn't notice this, since software that handles both will recognize either type, and software that doesn't will magically work now that the line endings are correct. But a snake game isn't text. We know this, but something somewhere doesn't, and is inserting carriage returns into what's actually precise machine code. It's no wonder it just crashes on startup. We already know zbar image can decode our executable fine, so it must be something with zbar cam? Some sort of bug, maybe? Well, the joys of open source software allow us to dive into the code and see what's wrong for ourselves. And I pretty quickly found that the stood out wasn't being set to binary mode. Which basically means zbarcam gave no indication that its output wasn't text, so Windows assumed that it was. Let's fix that up and try it again. And I've gone back to my original QR code for this. Alright, we've got our executable, and yes, there it is! A game that streamed in from a piece of paper through the webcam. I can even write a little script.
Great. Wibbly bobbly line, look at it go. It's remarkably flat right there. Alright. Is this right? Something feels off here. But okay. Yeah. So if it's above the line, we sell. If it's below the line, we buy is the general idea here. So we bought a whole heck of a lot down there. And then it went... it's upside down. We sold a whole heck of a lot down there. And then we bought. So we sell, we buy. So it spiked up, so we sold a whole lot of it. I mean... No, okay, it's the other way around. So that went up, which showed me this, which was a sell, but I'm assuming I must not have had anything to sell at that time. Then it dropped down, and it went down even further than it bounced back up to, so that was a buy. Bought a whole lot, and then it bounced back up, and that was a mass profit. I think. And yeah, then it basically just nothing but profit all the rest of the way. The line just goes higher and higher. So there's two things I need to implement. Should I do it? Yeah, I mean, no. I feel like if I have it buy and sell by an average, so the higher up that is, or the lower down that is, the more it's going to do at that moment. The problem is that there is no relative scale I have going on here. So a drop by an amount is just a number. I don't know what number this is. Is this 100%? Is that 100%? Is this 100%? We don't know where 100% is. So that's just doing that. I need to make this into a relative thing, so the highest part is 100% and the lowest part is 0% sort of thing. And then it's just whatever between that, which is a problem. Because... we have another wobbly line. I should probably overlay that. What? Yeah, this really shouldn't have that times 10, but it just makes it bigger on the graph. That's why that was originally there, but now I'm using the times 10 number. In which case, let's remove that and see what happens. Shove that on there. I have no clue why this has a +1 on it. I mean, hey, I'm making changes, so let's do that as well. Yeah, I have no clue why that's a +1. That one's an average, that one's an amount, whatever. Let's shove that in there, and let's say average BS. And then let's make that be visualized. Average BS. What color should that be? I don't know. Let's just tint it whatever this color happens to be. Back to YouTube.
To open Snake automatically after the read. Let me try it out on my laptop, which has never seen this Snake executable before. Haha, it's like a magic trick. So if you ask me, this is unbelievably cool. Sure, it doesn't serve much practical purpose, but just the fact that QR codes, which are usually relegated to some McDonald's website or something, could sort of function like a small game cartridge. I think that's really cool. The security implications do worry me though. Obviously, QR codes could always link to malicious websites, but if you can store malware directly into the code, which clearly you can, that has the potential to be even more dangerous. I can already imagine a code exploiting an Android camera bug or whatever to trigger some arbitrary code execution and steal your passwords and banking information. Hopefully not. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you'd like to play around with this QR code, check out the link in the description. I have the code, the reader program with the fix I wrote in, and a step-by-step tutorial if you want to play Snake from a QR code. As always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Ciao.
Today, if you ask somebody what kind of mouse they need, they'll probably be thinking they need to pick between USB or Bluetooth. But
Okay. A little bit harder to distinguish than I thought, but sure. We got a bluish line and the other line. Interesting. Where's that in that one area in particular? What is it here? Yeah, that's nice. I think. I mean, it should be, because that's what it's optimized to be. Oh, it's a 1-to-1 at this location. So it was a different number here, so it lagged behind a bit. Now it's a 1-to-1. Yeah, so this is a multiplier sort of thing. So you got how high this is relative to how high that is. So if it's the same height, I think, maybe, no, is it a multiplier? I think it's a multiplier. So if that's a 2, then this is a 3, then it's a times 2. It's a whole lot bigger. I don't know. So maybe that could be used as a percentage, I was thinking, but then this would always just be 100%, but it would know that and adjust accordingly. But that would also mean this has to be over it always. Otherwise you would be over 100%, which is what I don't want. So how can I somehow have this within some sort of an area? Huh. I need to have an absolute maximum and minimum for this to work. But I don't have an absolute maximum and minimum. So how can it work? Oh, I probably should have gone out today. But hey, I made progress. Absolute maximum minimum. What the heck? Because you sometimes do have big spikes. I guess usually you don't. I could make it... Well, I'm thinking is I could just make another graph that is the average of this one. No. Because I wanted the inverse of that, really. If it's staying up, then I want to be doing less, in a way. I want to be doing more. Or do I want to be doing more? I don't know. Hopefully you'll just figure that out yourself. So... what if... I don't know. I mean, I could just look at this thing and see what it's doing and then make it according to that. I feel like I need some sort of average thing. So it's whatever the highest it's been over X amount of time, whatever the lowest it's been over X amount of time. Or... I don't know. Ha. Waru. What's the blue line? I guess it's the first number? Because we had like a really highly averaged out part I was looking at. Yeah, what is this? It's either here, because the numbers get further apart, so it's relative scaly thingy. Or it's... well, I don't think there's anyone... ah, whatever. I don't know. Let's just try setting it to an arbitrary value. And that's what the percentage is. It can go further, it can go smaller, but that's basically what I've currently got. I definitely need to get rid of the minimum value, because it's currently just scaling everything by the minimum. I feel I can get rid of that. Oh wait, no, I'm about to change this out. Yeah, so the buy and sell amount are minimum buy sell amounts, and then I'm timesing it out. It should just be checking to see if it's greater than, if not, make it that. So what is this doing? So this is getting our average thing, so above or below. If it's below, we buy. If it's above, we sell. So it's how much it's above or below times our buy-sell scale times the amount that we own. So we don't care about that at all. So if we think about this as a percentage, what exactly are the values I am looking at right now? I mean, we're timesing by 10. I'm imagining these values are not that high. I mean, they're actually massive. These values are massive. The value should just literally be the difference between that to that sort of a thing. So... oh, the volume! That's what this is measured by, I think, maybe. I completely forget about the volume. I really got to put the volume into all of this data, which sucks because that means I need to resample the whole thing. But it should be the volume which is a multiplier onto this thing. If the volume is high, we would want to do more, I think. If the volume is low, we wouldn't want to sell a large amount because we can't buy a large amount. There's no volume currently. But we could do the partial things. I guess we'd still want to, and then we just buy the whole volume or whatever are currently available. I gotta go to the toilet. Be right back. Never mind. Painting the walls is literally right outside the bathroom window. Damn it. So what do we do? Average, blah, blah. Yes, I don't think I care about the volume too much. The volume would definitely be some sort of an offset to the whole thing, but let's not think about that. If we're just simply assuming best case scenarios, so we know that's irrelevant, so we have an amount. The amount is whatever. What do we scale this by? So say I could just say some sort of an arbitrary amount. And that would be the difference between the 5-minute time and the 2-hour time, is these are just more spikier. As I said, if I got the average of how spiky these things are, only caring about the ones above the line, not caring about when they weren't above the line, then I can get sort of a guide of, you know, how high that is. Maybe. What does that mean? So on average, they're about that high, so is this 100%? Is this... I feel like I want to match this to 10%. So your average is something like 10% of the amount of currency you have. That just means less gains over time, maybe? Where a big spike is going to be obvious. So that big drop, you know, if that's 10%, this is going to be all of you got. Because that was a massive drop. It's going to be unlikely to happen. I feel like that's a good thing to just dump most of your money out with. Or I could set a limit, so no more than 80%. So on average 10% transactions, but no more than 80% transaction. Sure. So how would I do that? I would have to add together... Yeah, all of the ones that are above, not caring about it if it's below, and average them. Right? Sure. Now we have another variable to deal with. We need another whole lot of junk to get that working. So if I had it above and a below, yeah. The only problem is that is then got to offset it a whole lot. Because the spikes like that it should be fairly uncommon. But this one's less so, so... Is this good? Is this bad? But we'd want to be going in and out of this, I feel. So we would want to average things together and ignore anything that's out of that average by a certain amount. That won't be averaged into the next lot of things. I feel like I'm getting too complicated now. I have no predictions about how good or bad this will be. But I feel like it's going to be a necessary thing. Whatever. Let's make the groundwork for it. Either way, we're going to need some sort of an average. Oh, that means more of these damn things. Which means it's going to take longer to calculate. Whatever. So, where would we put this? Oh, it's being stored down here, okay. Normalize buy, normalize sell. Alright. And then I guess I'll need to normalize buy and sell average and used. Buy and sell. This information is irrelevant now. I just like having it there because it makes it very obvious where this is. So yeah, we have the buy sell averages, which means we need a maximum. I assume this to be about the same. Which this is well higher number than I need, but it's useful for the other one, whatever. That means I need Well, I need these things to be added. I need these things to be listed. Yeah, so now when I do this, we're going to need more of this for that. I guess I could shove down here. Normalize by. Not there. It would be in here. Normalize by push amount. And normalize cell push amount. Okay. You have to be reset in the optimizer. And you'll need to be displayed. How would I display this? Display what's being done with it. So how do I get what's being done with it? I would, let's just hard code it for now, so that's going to be another one of these things, I assume. What would this be? This would be this thing. Here. So that's going through that rather than through this. Yeah, so this is a normalized by. So I just put that wherever it's required. And this would be that. We would want to put this onto the value thing. Where is that? I'm confused. There should be something along the lines of this dot average. Oh, yee. Put those on something else. Although I would also want that here. Wait, did I copy that across? Oh, no, I just moved that one out. So that's the average, that's the buy sell average, this is the buy average. Okay. Times in 10 for our convenience. And then I just need to... What? Add a thing in here. Let's go 255, 255, 0, and this one would be buying. Buying is green. What was it, red? Green, yeah. Let's just go for this color. Wait, what? Oh. Bye. Oh. Well, I'm here. I might as well do the sell. Oh, no, forgot. I'm using the other microphone, so I just sneeze towards it instead of away from it. So that just gets flipped, and this is the sell. All right, let's see what that does. Oh, well, there is. I'll wait.
30 years ago, there were quite a few other standards, including Microsoft Bus Mouse, IBM PS2, Sun Microsystems, Apple ADB, and Tandy. And at least all of these guys used different connectors along with different protocols. But then you also had Serial, Commodore, Amiga, Atari, and the older Macintosh standards, which all used the same 9-pin connector but were entirely incompatible, electrically speaking. But it isn't so much the interface that I want to talk about today, but rather the mechanics of how a mouse interprets motion. The
Oh no,
original
my
mouse
Tetris
design
10 tie break is over.
Oh no.
back in the 1960s was a block of wood, and it had 2 perpendicular wheels on the bottom to register motion in both directions. Of course, this meant that no matter which direction you're moving the mouse, it was dragging one of those wheels sideways, which meant movement probably wasn't super smooth. Moving forward into the early 80s, I want to show you another design. This Tandy mouse uses a stainless steel ball. Let's open it up so we can see how it works. Here's the ball. It's designed to be heavy so that it makes good friction with the surface.
Oh. And what am I looking at? Looking at trash, apparently. Okay, I've broken it somehow? Oh, because I removed that thing, yeah. Okay. We can add that back. What did I break? I don't remember what the word was. Wait, is that what I removed? Why did I remove that? That wasn't the thing I was supposed to remove. Why do I feel like this is what I removed? Oh. That's what it looks like if I don't scale it. It's a very important thing I did. Oh, I hate this! I was doing so well a while ago, like I could comprehend everything, and now my mind is mud. I have no damn clue about anything anymore. Like, how did I have ideas for this stuff, or was it just going with it, you know? Did it just happen, or was it designed to be like it was? What is happening here? Yeah. It's not that I wanted to remove, it was the minimum one, the buy amount one. Let's get a message from someone. Has that happened yet? Nope.
Now you can see it uses 2 rollers on the ball for X and Y motion. Now these rollers are connected to potentiometers, and much like a potentiometer on a volume knob, they actually have a limited range of motion. To better illustrate what I'm talking about, I'm going to draw some lines on the roller here. Now this is just to help you see the motion, especially for those watching on a small screen. So hopefully you can see the movement of the roller really well now. So if you look closely, you can see that as I move the mouse, at some point the roller will stop moving. And you might just think there isn't enough friction to make it move, but I'll actually remove the ball here and show you I physically cannot move the roller anymore in this direction. So using this sort of mouse could be a pain. I mean, imagine drawing a box around your mouse and saying that you can never move the mouse outside of this box, and you can never pick the mouse up and move it either. So yeah, that's a pretty annoying design. So let's have a look at the next step in evolution. This mouse uses what appears to be a rubber ball, but it's actually a steel ball coated in
-3. I've done a bad. I thought that was the only change I made. Oh, I have this number being rewrote. I don't think normal's used afterwards. Okay. Go again!
rubber, so it has the weight required, but the surface has more friction. And again, we have rollers, but this time there are no potentiometers. Instead, there are these little wheels, and on each side of the wheel, you may notice there are sensors. These are actually optical sensors. They aren't cameras as such. They either detect the presence or absence of light. So as the wheel spins, these two sensors receive input about the movement, and they can even tell the direction of the movement depending upon the order of the flashes of light. Later on, this design was cost reduced in most mice, and instead there was what appears to be a single sensor. But all they've done is moved both sensors to the same device. So as you can see, it still works on the same principle. But what does the mouse actually see? Well, if you think of it as having 4 pixels, downward motion would look like pulses of light like this. And upward motion would look like this. Move to the right and you see this. So you get the idea. So this sort of mouse is actually called an optomechanical mouse because it incorporates optics and it's also mechanical. Of course, one big problem with these types of mice is the rollers get gummed up with crud over time and then they don't work smoothly anymore or sometimes just don't work at all. The average person seemed to have no idea how to properly clean the mouse. Most people thought the ball was what got dirty, so they'd try to clean the ball, but that never seemed to make it work better. The real problem was the rollers. Crud would build up on these and need to be mechanically scraped off the rollers in order to get the mouse working smoothly again. And that's where the benefit of an optical mouse comes in.
Delicious.
So let's have a look at one of the first optical mice. Actually, 2 of them. These are the same mouse being sold for PCs and for Sun workstations. In fact, turn them around and you'll see both are manufactured by Mouse Systems. The main difference, of course, is the interface style at the end of the cable, but we're not really interested in that for the moment. The interesting thing about these optical mice is that they require a special mouse pad. It's a bit hard to see, but the pad is a grid. In fact, through the help of a magnifier, hopefully you can see a bit better. Actually, the pad's meant for a later Sun mouse like this one, and thus is incompatible with the mouse I'm actually showing, but these pads are really hard to find as it is, and the older ones are practically impossible to find, but the main point was just to show that it needed a special pad. Now, if we turn it upside down, you'll notice that there are 2 lenses, but only one of them is lit up. You might be tempted to think that one of the LEDs is burned out, or maybe it only uses one of the holes, but let's take a look with a Game Boy camera. Mostly I just wanted a quick way to look for infrared light, and sure enough, you can see there's plenty of light coming out of the left side as well. So how does this work? Well, the pad is designed with reflective lines, like this. However, one set of lines is only reflective to infrared light, and the other set of lines is reflective to red light. So, depending upon which light source is used, only horizontal or vertical lines will appear, and so that's the magic here. Let's take a look inside the mouse. Now, what we're looking at here is a red LED and an infrared LED. Now, these are both facing downwards to the pad.
Done. 20. That's not 25. Oh god, what have I done? How did I break this? How did I make it subtly different? I don't understand. Like, I'm not using normal after here, so I should be able to refresh it. It's being stored at a different place. I don't have a red line here. Okay, let's just straight up get rid of this. Let's change that from yellow. Why is it yellow? And green, I guess. So let's just make it dimmer. Maybe I should have it half. Okay, why the heck is it displaying different values? It's in the 20s, it's not bad, but it should be better. Why is it not good? I don't know. So that should have been all the changes I had. And that should be the only thing that should have been affecting the changes I had. Other than that, I just have this push happening. So if I remove that, that should have undone all of the stuff that I did about the normalized byte and the normalized cell. Right? Well, you know, I could also just check with using this. This should be the last working one, I believe. Oh, I have that there. Oh, I'll have to test it with that one. Damn it.
Pad. There are two identical lenses here. I know one looks red, and that's because we see the light from the red LED. And then you'll find a horizontal sensor and a vertical sensor. And notice they're designed to pick up light in the form of a line, and they are turned perpendicular to each other. But how does the light reach the sensors? Well, if you look at the inside cover of the mouse, you'll find two mirrors, and these reflect the light down onto the sensor. And to some extent, if you look down at the lenses while I move the mouse on the pad, you can actually see the lines. Now, if I had the correct pad for this mouse, the lines would be even more visible. Anyway, the point is, believe it or not, this mouse sees more or less the exact same thing that the optomechanical mouse sees. So now let's move on to a more modern style optical mouse. These do essentially have a camera in them that looks at the surface, but what I wanted to see is if it would be possible to hack into the camera and see exactly what it sees. And so here we go. So what are we looking at here? This is the sensor, and we'll talk more about this in a moment. Here's the LED that lights up the surface. This is a microcontroller. Its job is to read the movement information from the sensor, also read the status of the buttons and scroll wheel, and then translate that into PS2 compatible data stream. For the purposes of this hack, it was really important to find an older mouse with these two items being separate. In newer mice, they have combined these things into a single chip to reduce cost. So in a newer mouse, the...
Done. Okay, that one's looking better. Nope, it's the same. Still no red line, but that's because I've disabled it. Okay, now let's see what this was doing if I do the other one. Boop. So my graph's going to go away, or not be as good.
The buttons would connect straight to this chip, as would the PC interface. Well, with the separated design, it makes it possible for me to talk directly to the sensor. First, I'll need to see if I can find the chip number. This is one of those chips where you have to look at just the right angle to see anything. And with the help of a magnifying glass, I was able to read it, and fortunately was also able to find a data sheet. This is a must, as it explains exactly how the timing of the serial protocol works, as well as what registers can be read and written to. At this point, the plan is simply to remove the microcontroller, and the easiest way for me to do that is just to cut the legs off and then desolder them one by one. Then I used a multimeter to figure out which wires went to the PS2 connector and which ones went to the microcontroller. I made myself a little diagram on a piece of paper. The idea is I can keep the existing wire here for the power, ground, and 2 of the serial lines. Unfortunately, I realized later that this serial connection requires 3 wires, so I had to run a separate wire for that. Anyway, for the moment, I just added some jumper wires to connect the serial port of the sensor straight up to the old PS2 wires. I decided to use the Color Maximite 2 for this project since it was still handy for my recent project. It took me a few hours to get the code up and working, but the idea here is I'd be able to display the camera image right on the screen. Much easier to do here than with an Arduino. The most basic test was to get to the point I could read and write.
Done. 26, yeah. That's probably because of the times 10 still being in the thing. In the original one. Yeah, I was still timesing it here. Alright, can I get the same result? Plonk that there, plonk that there. Did I have the +1 as well? I think I've removed the +1 as well. Oh. Okay, so that one's a 1+, and that one's a ×10. What? Go again.
Write to registers. So in this case, I'll write to register 58 and a value of 90, which means to reset the sensor. My program actually shows on screen the binary data transmitted 1 bit at a time over the serial line, which helped me in troubleshooting. The next thing I could do is read a register, such as register 0. This register returns the version number of the sensor, which according to the datasheet should always be a value of 12 hex, which is 18 in decimal. So, I've mastered reading and writing to the sensor. Now, you'd think all I need to do now is read register B here, which is pixel grab. There are only 224 pixels, so don't expect a super high resolution image. I also have to read these pixels one at a time by requesting a specific pixel to read. And here we go. I have good news and bad news. The good news is it does work. The bad news is I could only ever read the first pixel correctly until I introduced a 50 millisecond delay between reads. I'm not sure why this was necessary, but it does mean that it takes a while to grab the entire sensor.
Hi.
I was hoping to be able to show fluid motion. Anyway, so you might wonder, what is it we're looking at here? Well, it's that Sun grid-style mousepad. Unfortunately, the sensor is fixed on a very tiny area, almost microscopic, so I had a hard time finding anything to show you that could actually recognize. But anyway, it does work, and if I move the mouse just a hair, you'll see the image redraw just a bit as well. And so that about wraps it up for this episode, but if you stick around to the next one, I'm going to be showing off this little mini pet, which I'm really excited about. So hope you stick around for that, and of course,
no more YouTube. 26. 26. 21. What was it? That was 21. 21. Whatever the voice is. Yes, that appears to be an important thing with that. My graph has gone away on me. Weird. Which basically means I don't need to be doing that anymore. Oh, it's probably just become really, really big. And don't want to be doing... I guess I do want to be doing that because times 10. But again, I don't see it. Interesting. Where did my graph go? I haven't disabled it. So if it's not disabled, where the heck is it? Oh, it's not being... No, that's exactly what that's doing. I mean, I changed the color, but... Okay. I have no damn clue. Oh! I didn't actually run it with that. Never mind. So I could assume that this is just all the same. Let's go again. So that was exciting. Back to baseball. So it'll be interesting. That was good. Sure. I feel like I should have had a leg on the ground the entire time. Oh, well. Oh, that's probably noisy, isn't it? Job done. '26. Great. Showing the grass this time, so I can assume it's working with the right one. So that is the important thing that it requires, but I still don't see your red line, probably because I commented it out. Alright. Uncomment, and uncomment that. I'll comment this, and I feel like I should just have a -1 to that just so I can see a bit better. No clue how much that's influencing it by. Okay, so now it should be doing the buy average thing. Let's see if the graph is still all good, and it's still 26. What was that doing? Is there another one posted? No, yeah. No. Oh, that's that weird one again, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, I hate it. There's a whole lot of work and effort, but it's not advanced. Ah. I hate the on borderline things. The videos just won't play. Low samples. Denoises done too much. Weird artifacting outside. Looks like he's composited it in the background, so he rendered it with alpha rather than with background image. So it's super. Oh, it's trash. Yeah, that's not an excuse. No. Wait. That's what we done. No, okay. I feel like this is done. It says it's made in Blender. Oh well, there's one. I feel like I could be missing something here, and it actually is pretty advanced, but like low poly tree thingies. I'm assuming these are meshes. Background image is definitely a background image, so it's part of the background back there. I'm not sure about those leaves. I'm assuming they're part of this. No, it looks like he's got a background image of the mountains, and he's got a background image with these plants on it back there as well. So the only meshes he has is, well, that's just the top of one of these trees, I think. So these trees, that thing, and that one. Close one there. I think he might have just switched the texture. No. And he's got that rock, maybe? I feel like he must have that rock and little bush thingies. But that could be a background image? It's too blurry. Maybe it's just a plane with an image on it? I doubt it. And that thing was stretch textures or whatever. 1 point against. Like, that feels like just a plane to me. Like, it's pretty good texture on that thing, but then this thing is, what is this material? Like, it looks just like a rug. I just don't understand that. Did he use a particle system on it? I don't know. And he's got low poly sort of edges up here. You can see where texture's bending, warping the UVs. Alright, so we must have this tree because it's reflected in the water. But the rock is not reflected in the water though. That looks like... maybe... no. What am I seeing here? Maybe that's the top of the rock? Well, if that's the tree, you can see at least that far down. That's further away. So it's shifted down. I feel like either that's just the bottom of the rock there, or we've missed the rock, because that angle doesn't look like to get over there. Like, the light to go from here to there, and then past that. Like, it feels like it's higher. I don't know. Maybe that's the bottom of the top of the rock. Yeah. Is it advanced? I mean, it's a thing. I don't really... there's not really any... it's just a thing. It's not bad, but it's not good. There are worse things which I feel like should be in, but then there are better things which I have denied. I don't know. Should be done by now. Alright, what do we see? Still 26. So where's my line at? Is it just really far away? Oh, we don't have an average yet. No, the average is supposed to be 10. Is this not running? Well, it's going to be adding it here. Is it currency or currency 2? I feel like... is that supposed to be currency or currency 2? Hang on. Okay, so that's currency, yeah. Currency 2 would be none of this. So what was I using the currency 2 on? Oh, I am putting it in here, that's right. In the, there. So we have currency and currency 2. I feel like that maybe should be currency 2. No, this is what's duplicated. Okay. So currency 2 is the other one. Damn it, it keeps scrolling too far. Use this thing more often. Yeah. I feel like everything here should be fine. Normalize by, length used, normalize by. Like everything here should be fine. And we have normal. And then last minus normal is this thing, which is that thing, and this thing should be getting displayed. But I ain't seeing it. I'll try to go to total again. See if the guy's still out there. Right. Well, that's probably going to be a real fun sound through my other microphone. Oh. Ah. What am I doing? So why do I not see it? It should always be 10, which is something the other one should never be. So it should be noticeable. It's not ever got anything added to it. I should be able to see, actually. Oh, it's so delicious. So frankly, it's annoying to pull out of the damn packet. Okay. So yeah, mount should just be pushed in here at this time. I guess a mount might be times... Wait, a mount? A mount is... yeah, okay. So that should definitely be happening. This is currency 2, so it could be the OP or the BTC one. Depending on what we're going to be using over here. This is this. Oh, well, what is it? It does have values. Relatively small ones, but values nonetheless. Oh, I'm not adding it to the damn... No, I am adding it. So, this is never running. That's why I'm getting out of here. Well... It does have it. That is a very large number. What? Excuse me? Ah, it's delicious. What am I not seeing here? It's not a value on the optimizer, but I don't care. Oh, is it? Nah, maybe. So at that value, it's well off the top of the screen. Maybe? Mana. Oh, so delicious. So annoying to eat. That's what my cat's been annoyed about. She wanted to go to the toilet, but she couldn't because the guy was making noises. She was just walking out when I walked in. No. Why not? What am I doing? Well, that's the first thing that's wrong. Wait, what? It's using the buy-sell amount. Sure, whatever. Wait, what? I'm very confused about what's going on right now. Oh, what's that do? No. Oh. I grabbed this thing and I'm like, nah, there's no way I'm gonna eat the whole bar of chocolate. It's already half gone. That looks like it has displacement, but okay. What am I looking at here? Sure, whatever. Delete. No. Where are you at, Holy Line? Still real damn high. Oh, no, that was my crosshair. I was like, oh, there's a bit of red. What? How is this happening? So, average is the average. Maybe I want to just bump this up. So this is 1,000 and something or other. And that is much, much, much less than 1,000. Yeah, turn the right direction that time. Which felt good. So, yeah, that is what I should be looking at. If this is above, then this is what I want to know. So if it's above, then it's here. If it's below, it's here. If it's above, it's here. If mode is not, so this isn't the test thing, this isn't the optimizer. Because it's not the optimizer, currency will be the correct currency, which is BTC. Currency. And this is normalized cell, which is having average pushed into it, which is the wobbly line surrounding the one below. How have I gone wrong here? There's no other math happening to this between hand, beforehand, or whatever, but whatever. Well. This is a place, it's not saying it's unable to push into undefined or something. And this is being assigned to the whatever you would call it, okay, which is happening in here. So this is a different number. I'm assuming this is the number that's being messed with, but it could be this one. There should be a relatively high number, or 10. It shouldn't be 1, or 2 or something. If it was 2, I'd be getting the numbers I was sort of expecting. So, this is 10, nothing changes it. This is that, of the currency, away. Normal is this thing. Well, I could check that a different way, whatever. So we work our way back from that, we get its value, and we just dump it across. This only has the value that's pushed through here, which is AVG, which is just a single value. That's the value, that's the value, that's the value, we plus equals, and then we divide by the amount we did. So we should be adding the last 10, then dividing by 10. And then we get that minus what the current thing is. No. That. Okay, that's my problem. I just want to shove this through directly. It's interesting how it's a positive number. I would expect it to be a negative number then. Whatever. No. What is that? And everybody died. Wait.
To say that this is a game changer is a massive understatement. The difference between Cycles and Eevee has always been that Cycles is a ray tracing engine, meaning that light is actually bouncing around off geometry and interacting, and long story short, we get global illumination, which is what makes Cycles renders look better than Eevee renders, which is a rasterizing engine, which means that Eevee is basically bullshit. It's faking everything, the volumetrics are fake, the screen space reflections. Eevee will never look as good because global illumination is just inherently not there, especially not real-time global. Wait a second, did somebody just make an add-on for screen space global illumination? Yes, so this is a big fucking deal. Eevee.
Mm-hmm.
Can now fake, at least in screen space, the same way screen space reflections, it can fake global illumination, meaning that our renders are now getting closer and closer and closer to Cycles, while our render time is still stupid low. So somebody made an add-on for screen space global illumination on Gumroad. This is going to be linked in the description, and this person made it for free. So what you're going to do is, first of all, we're going to download it, we're going to install it, and I'm going to show you what this thing is capable of. When you go to the Gumroad link, just type in any number, maybe $1,000, $10,000. Give them a good amount, because fucking hell, this is a useful add-on. To install this bad boy, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go to Edit, Preferences, and then Add-ons. Basically, this is the same as installing any other add-on, and then you're just gonna hit Install and locate wherever you saved it to. So for me, I have my SSGI zip on the desktop. Enable this, and by the way, it's made for 2.83.4, like the newest 2.83. I don't download it, I'm lazy, it's compatible, don't worry about it, but make sure you are updated at least to 2.83 before installing this add-on. Once you have this installed, this red light, lighting, doing all from the surface, it's side of the object is lit up from the plane. If I was to take this plane object and change the color to red, you can see that it's now reflecting light. It's reflecting red light onto the bottom of this. So it's not just like adding white light, it's actually taking the color from the surface. It's a big fucking deal. And you can see add SSGI where we're looking. Let's take this up a notch. So here I have the classroom scene that I feel like everybody uses in every one of their tutorials, but this is original. I'm the first one to have used it. And you can see that this is a much more complicated kind of scenario than just having a sphere on a plane. Right now we're looking at this through look dev mode, and as you can imagine, if we were to go to the camera view and look at Eevee, this thing isn't looking too hot. Of course we could do significantly better because of that global illumination. What it was before, 0, and then 1 after. So you can see why add-on, you're going to see form thing, etc. Island to the ground, rotate it differently, and very quickly you can build yourself a little island. So Botanique is for anybody who doesn't want to model these.
Cool, you didn't make it. What the heck we got here? No, this looks interesting. Alright. I assume I just multiply this by an amount. Oh my god, what's happening here? Maybe I want less of this? I mean, these are technically spikes. So what do I do here? I sort of want it to be over the tops of these, but you can't really do that. That's where I'd expect it to be like. I feel like I want to times this. So I could use this as my 100 guide. I guess. That's sort of the idea I was having. So to do that, I'll just have to multiply this by a thing. So, you know, if I want this to be a 10%, let's just times by 90. Wait, what? No. Huh? Oh, I can just keep it as it is. So this is by 10% guide. So what if I wanted 100%? So if I just times by 100, then this would be right now where it would be using 10% of your money on these transactions. So anything like on that line or above would be more than 10%. Or on that line would be 10%, above would be more, below would be less. Where is that one? So that's the part I'm sort of worried about. We had a big old jump. So it just sold a whole heap, or bought a whole heap, what's it doing? Fine. So it just bought a whole heap, and now it's not really buying that much for a while. Yeah, I sort of like that, actually. Actually, I think I do like this. Alright, let's make it for the other side. Plonk that in. And then we just buy some cells. Start one. Okay. Wait, what? Highlighting and then just making it the same dang letter. I feel like playing a game, damn it. Having a round of Valorant or something. I think that's literally all I need to do here.
Hello guys, today we will talk about normal maps in Blender and we will make something like this in Blender. Please and an illusion down.
Basic. To be able to hide this thing, can you still do that? Oh. You know, I might actually have that on. Although it doesn't work, it's a really annoying sound, it does get my attention. What if I turn that off and then back on again? Maybe that might fix my chat sound problem. Alright, what do we got? Oh my god. What the heck is happening there? Whoa, what the heck is just happening? What? What? What did I do? How have I done this? What has happened? What's happening? I don't understand. Why is it suddenly very, 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 very exaggerated? Oh, because they did the 100 thing, didn't they? Yeah. Alright. So that's how far it would have to be. Okay, let's get rid of that. Try this again. There's always another notification when I tap that. Huh. Never mind. What? That's a pretty good subscribe thing. Damn it. I hate it, but I like it. He's actually animated the hands. He's like, so it seems to be going up and down as it would be. He's got animated plucking of the strings. All of that. Everything's great except for just the what he's done with it. It looks trash because it's super duper low poly, but then he's got like high poly everything else, so it doesn't quite fit. But then whatever, he just like he's discovered the EV thing, so he put the IV thing, so he put it on everything. Low res as procedurally generated by the looks of it. Isometric really does not help this. Is that smoke or mist? Yeah, I keep skipping, it's the same sound. Oh, I didn't mean to put something. I don't like it, but I don't like how I like it. Alright, what do we have here? I was looking at the yellow line, I was like, why is it so high above the peaks? Yeah. Okay. Interesting. How much higher the cells went, the buys went compared to the cells. Whichever around that is. Yeah. Well, I guess I'm just going to implement it and see what makes a difference to the price, because currently it is at 26.9. Can I beat that? Should probably right. That's the number to beat. So how am I going to do this? So this is the average buy, the average sell. So I would need to get that line, which should be the average. But then I'm doing something weird here with because I got average, but then I'm using amount, which is coming from the buy-sell thing. I'm not actually using average. Whatever. So yeah, No. So, what is this? I'm not using that anymore then. Okay, so by this one, I should be saying none of that. So instead of that, we're going to be saying, which we don't really care, we know what we want to do with it, so amount, math apps amount, and then we want to times, no, we want to divide by? Now, we want to find, yeah, so okay, that divided by, if this is a by, then we want the average by. That times, so if this is 10%, we want it to be 100? Or do we want it to be 10? 10 times 10 is 100, so yeah. I think this is what we want. So that divided by 100% will give me a ratio thingy. And then we want to times this by the amount of money that we have in this currency. So if we are buying, then we want to do this by the currency we have. We're not using amount, we're using average, which we know average would be this. So if we are buying, then it is this. So times how much USD we own, and then we order that up. So if let's just use amount. If USD is less than amount, that equals USD. So I could do a ratio thingy from that, which would be weird because, yeah, whatever. Let's just go with that, but no, let's not. So before then, we would say if that. If that is greater, which is just amount. So if the amount is greater, because this is a percentage, 0 to 1, so if this is greater than 0.8, so let's say we don't want any more than 80%, then amount equals 0.8. And then amount times equals how much we have, which we know that wouldn't be a thing. Let me open that this time. Okay. Ow! Hit me. Amount times US owned. Blah 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 blah. An amount goes to amount, and that should just be just as it is. So then I just do the reverse here. So this one is to sell. And this is to other. I think. I think that's it. I have no clue what this is going to come up with, but let's just see. Because the optimizer isn't optimizing this now. Not as best as it can. It actually will be, but not all of the variables. I just got to add that average variable to it. That could be disturbing. I mean, it's supposed to be equal intervals, it's the problem. Whatever. hate this one because it actually works really well. I need to say it's a whip. Can't do it. Wow, look how exaggerated that yellow line is now. Negative 98, yeah. What's going on? It seems to just be 0. What the heck? Why is it so exaggerated? This is not working as intended. So that part was sort of going well. Why is it so exaggerated? Whatever. Oh wait, did I just copy paste this directly so I am only lying? That one should be this one. Okay. I hate this guy's videos. He never does a good job with it. First off, instead of linking to the video, he links to... Oh, he didn't this time. Usually he links to his YouTube follow button.
Seja bem-vindo para rente na... Vou com fundo transparente.
No.
Vamos
Never sure about this one either. Never sure about all of these things, that's why they're all still here. What? That sounds interesting. Got the exact same number. Nothing has changed. Interesting. How did nothing just change? Everything should have just changed. I just made it possible to sell. This should always be a positive number. Right? No. Well, that's why I'm doing that. That may not be a positive number. We don't actually give a damn because we're dividing. And then we just apps whatever comes out the other side. Alright, what about now? This is probably just negatives. Damn guy. I really can't judge this one either. Like, there's nothing inherently wrong, it's just... what's right? I mean, the glass is done right, I don't care what the cup is though, but whatever. Interesting lights. Those are really, really bright compared to how bright that is. Very large amount of bloom there, so that doesn't look right at all. That is not a correct glass. What? Why is... what? All I could assume is because that one's in the environment and the walls don't go that far back, so it's just reflecting the black background? Or... I don't know, he's got a different shader on it, it's lower poly, he doesn't have the subdivision correct, it's... I don't know, the cup just looks so wrong. I don't... This seems terrible to me. Why would you have this? First off, you got a light shining always in your eyes when you're walking towards the kitchen, which sucks. Same with that, really. I mean, it is lighting up close, so I guess you could do finer stuff down here, and you got nice light. Yeah, I guess. I hate it. I hate lights that are just unprotected, shining you in the eyes. It's never a fun time. And nothing changed. Okay, why does that just go down to nothing? Because I have an else. So something's gone wrong with something, obviously. I guess first off, what even would this value be for the first 10 things? How did all the... Is it upside down? Like, what's happening? What is this value? This is what I want to know. Sure, first 100 indexes. No optimizer. And what is amount? Llama in the house. By Sal, the hackers, yay. Okay, this is to be expected. I like these numbers. Wait, what? Is that doing better? It normally crashed here, didn't it? What?
Pink fluffy llama, son.
No clue if my program's
Still
working
your
or not.
trading thing.
Yeah, I got a big old book, ton of ideas of all sorts of different stuff. I thought I was just one step away, and I couldn't figure it out. Yeah, now it's working, to heck. Oh, is this working? No. 16! Hey, we've got a positive number! So the best positive number I had with the way that I was doing it before was 26.9. With self-optimizations from no prior knowledge, you just feed it the numbers, and that's how much profit you gain at the end of 26 days. The theoretical maximum one, or the highest number that I had it get to with auto-tuning, you know, to the maximum, if it did the best possible things within the ability of the program, was 33%, I think. So, you know, 26 is not that much far off 33. I'm fine with anything in the 20s. If 33 is the best it could possibly do, no matter what. It's going to be doing worse than that with the way that I was doing it before, so closer the better. This way is... Oh, it's the optimizer. The optimizer was breaking it? Okay, the optimizer was breaking it. Wait, so this has no optimization.
Pink fluffy llama. Not knowing what is going wrong is the best. You should try writing code where there is no way to print data and your code is syntactically correct.
Well, that's how I make it. I build the visualizer, like the graphics card code. When I was doing stuff on the graphics card, you can't know what the number of a math thing is because every individual pixel is doing the calculation. So how do you define what pixel is the output you want to look at, and then how do you display that?
True.
Yeah. Anyway, I built a thing for it so I can do that. But it is actually interesting. I have I in my 3D modeling, in my 3D program, I could print the face of it is like in the middle of the screen, but you know I can actually do it literally now. But originally, every pixel in that area would be printing whatever face it was on. So if it was halfway between two faces in the middle of the screen, it would be half one number and half a different number, which is always funny. Looks very interesting if you print something like the z-depth of each individual pixel. So as long as they're round about the same with rounding, then it would display the same number. Otherwise, I think one time I did get a number that was the wrong number, but they did look like an actual full number, because it just happened to be exactly at the wrong place to look like two different numbers that were making the right number. Anyway. It doesn't like that code anymore. Too many loops. But I've optimized it dramatically since then. Like, it basically all but crashes the program when running it originally. It really kills the performance, but now it's fine. First off, I have better ways to draw numbers, because the first thing is, how do you draw a number? Because on the graphics card you have a pixel. What color should this pixel be? That's your only question. How do you get that to be a number? Because you can't just say, I want to put a 5 in this area. It's going to be, you know, well, some of that is going to be the 5, some of that is not going to be the 5. How do you tell which is which? Do you just have an array of every possible location that you want to have highlighted and then check that against that pixel? Basically. So yeah, I built a thing for that. I basically just draw a straight line, then rotate it to an angle, and then get all of the pixels that angle would be at relative to that location.
Statements are very ways to make code. Just so many checks, sweat, smile.
Yeah. But yeah, I've got it working a much better now. Now I'm actually just putting down a texture. So it's just, you know, it works out what number it wants to do, and then it's just got a UV space in that location. It just goes to the pixel and texture, job done. Although I have other ways, better ways to do stuff. Like that way I was doing the line and then rotating it to figure out. Because if you have a crooked line, you want to put a thing from here to here, which points intersect that line. I don't know. That's the way I did it. I have better ways of doing that now, because I was thinking about that a while ago. Like, what was a better way I could render stuff on the graphics card? And that was one of the problems. Like, I wanted to draw a point and a line to another point. How many of those could I do? And I was trying to figure that out, because if I have to draw a line, rotate it, get all the indexes, check every pixel on the entire screen to see if it's any of those indexes, and do that across every single line. If I have like a couple of billion lines, there's too many things to check. Especially if you're on like a 2K resolution screen or whatever. That's never going to work. And then I realized I'm actually already doing this in my 3D game engine. So, yeah. You just get a line, 2 points, rotate those 2 points so they're straight, and rotate your pixel so it's relative, and then you just see, is that pixel above or below the line? Or is it within a distance of the line? There you go. I mean, there's still a lot of math, but it's a hell of a lot more simple. But the more optimized I can get that, the more I can render. So, yeah. Because that's the key, that's how my game engine works, that's how you render things. You just have 2 points, or 3 points, then you straighten it, and then you check to see if that third point is above or below. Then you do that 3 times with 3 different lines making a triangle. If they're all inside or outside, then that point is inside the triangle. Because you can't be all outside with a triangle. You would have to be inside if that was the case. And then the next trick is just to find the relative coordinates in between those 3 points. If you know the relative coordinates, then you can do the transdimensional triangulations. And you can find the UV coordinates, the color space, the normal angles, whatever.
Pink fluffy llama. Sounds good.
Yeah. So if I could make it quicker to figure out if it's inside or outside or along, then you have a faster working render engine. You can put more polygons on the screen. One easy way to optimize it is just by having it loop through not having it loop through things that obviously it wouldn't be inside of. So you'd make a bounding box of a triangle. Is it inside the bounding box? Because that's nice and easy. It's just greater than, less than, greater than, less than, job done. If it's inside the box, then I check the triangle. And then the next thing is I just put I cut that screen into a grid. If a triangle intersects that grid tile, then chances are it's inside of it. Because otherwise, you know, you could have a really long diagonal line, and that's got a pretty big bounding box. So you don't care unless it's on subtitles with tiles which follow that line. And that cuts out a whole lot of empty space. So optimize this again. But unfortunately to do that, it slows down the CPU. So CPU is really the bottleneck currently. There's not really any quick way I could do that. And any quick way I could do that, I could just offload directly to the graphics card, which is going to be the next build of my game engine, round up rebuild of it, whenever I can be bothered to get around to doing it. but it should be able to add an extra 0 or 2 to my poly count.
Hey, Fluffy Llama, have you tried using web workers?
Well, anything I could do with a web worker, I could just send to the graphics card. So, yeah. Because a web worker is just, you know, a graphics card. The information's basically going to be sent in the same sort of way. I can't directly reference variables between web workers, so I gotta sterilize the data or whatever and send it over to the different things, and then get it back and then reintegrate it. Yeah. So I could have like 12 threads with my current computer, including the one that you initialize on. And yeah, if I was going to do that, the code would also run on the graphics card, so the graphics card could do it a whole hell of a lot quicker. Well, more optimal. Like if every single triangle was optimized on a single thread, on a single pixel basically, however many pixels I have. So I could do my entire poly count in like 2 go backwards and forwards to the graphics card. Or I could up it, so you know, I could have a 4K image. So I could have 4K worth of data sent to the graphics card, so yeah, whatever that is in pixels. That's a very large number. That's how much data I could send to it in one go. That's how many calculations it can do in one go, I mean. So, yeah. But that all depends on stuff. Like, I want to know, there's tests I can't do. Like, how many threads does your graphics card have? How many calculations can it do at once? I want to know this, but you can't without performance gathering things. Because what I assume is the graphics card is, you know, like a big long list of things that can compute stuff. If you send something more than the amount of computing things you have, it will do like a chunk of it, and then when that chunk's done, does it move on to the next chunk, and then the next chunk, until, you know, it's done all the chunks, all of the bits of information you sent to it? Or will it, like, send the data to the workers, and then when a single worker is done, it just goes to the next free one? So everything just goes as required, not in chunks. So it doesn't wait until the entire graphics card before, like, does it wait for all of the graphics card to finish before moving on to the next one? Or does each individual thread move on as required? Anyway, that makes a big difference. So, because if it's all in chunk stuff, then optimizing my stuff to a chunk size would be better. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter. It will take the same amount of time. But a chunk thing would mean that, you know, your last one, you might only be using one single thread out of a bajillion of them.
Llama, I really can't say. Game dev ISNT what I'm good at.
Yeah. Oh, it's not game dev, it's just basic programming generalist, I don't know. Logic. This is programming, which could be used in games, and that's what I use it in. But anyway. What am I doing? I was optimizing? Was I going to toss this through the optimizer now? But hey, it's gained a profit, and that was without optimizations. This is much, much, much better than it was before. So let's hope that optimizing does stuff. And if optimizing is doing something, hopefully it will do it in intervals, so let's just set it to be intervals. So I just don't care about that. Is that just a duplicate? No, it's not.
Pink Fluffy Llama. True, but WebGL is not something that I've looked into because it's not relevant to where I work at the moment.
Well, it's just graphics card stuff. It's not just WebGL. I have no clue if WebGL works differently, but I'm assuming it, you know, the graphics card does what it does. WebGL is just your interface to the API. Yeah. What sort of stuff are you doing at the moment? I'm assuming, is it anything to do with code? You were talking about code last time, weren't you? I can't remember. Yeah, fun times. But yeah, basically I want to put my entire game engine onto the graphics card. That would be the most ideal form of it in a way, I think. So, the CPU is just pretty much there to receive inputs by the player. And then that just gets sent to the graphics card. So everything is stored, all calculations are done on the graphics card, but there's one really important thing that I need to be able to do on the graphics card, and I haven't figured out a good way of doing it yet that's that optimal, which is sorting data. What was my example? It was something along the lines of, if I had the numbers like 1 to 100, there was no duplicates, no floating points, every number was there, nothing was missing. what is the quickest way that I could order those numbers using the graphics card?
Pink Fluffy Llama. At the moment I do web dev, both server-side and the actual web app.
Okay. Yeah. If I could figure that out in a most optimal way, then that would be a massive head start. The next thing would be able to do that with floating points and stuff, just to sort random numbers. But, yeah. But at the very least, it's going to take multiple passes of the graphics card. Because I can just go through, I know what a pixel is, I know where its location is, I know what value it should have. And then I just loop through all the information to find that value. Then once I find it, I just assign its ID to this pixel. And then I have a thing that goes through and it says, okay, this thing was here and I want it to be there. So when you're at that pixel, it just scans through. It's like, oh yeah, this one wants to be where I am. So grab that thing and put it over here. Yeah, it's going to take 2 passes to do that. And probably a third one to apply, because one of them's like a meta thing. Anyway. But yeah, that's if I know all of the information. But if it's just a random lot of noise, it's a little bit more difficult. And that's where like the chunk thing comes into play. Especially if there's more numbers than can be stored in a single thing. But anyway. I mean, I get a heck of a lot of a large poly count if I just have one lot of the stuff. And then there's other problems, like I can only store a certain amount of numbers in each pixel's location. Like, each thread can only say a certain amount of information. Very limiting. I think it's something like 30 or 60? I don't know, some pixels.
Graphics cards are designed for doing parallelized tasks rather than iterative tasks, so using the GPU for sorting wouldn't be an optimal use of it.
Yeah, but if it has to write to the CPU because of problems with WebGL, it's very slow. And also I need to be doing it constantly for many different things in parallel. Yeah, so it wouldn't work at all if I had to write to the CPU even once, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. I haven't quite figured it out, what exactly the delay is, but it's something like, it's going to add at least like 40 milliseconds of delay every time you need to... Every time the graphic card, or every time the CPU waits for a request. So, yeah, and you would need to be doing it every time. You can't just be doing it when required, because the graphics card's got to tell the CPU, hey, I'm going to send you information in a second. So, it's going to be checking every time to see if there is any information. Anyway, doesn't work. As far as I know. But I can't even get graphics card performance, so I don't even know how long my code takes to run on the graphics card. Maybe that's already going to be taking too long. Maybe it doesn't take any time at all. Who knows? I mean, I know it's going to take a long time, but I don't know how long. Anyway, what was I doing? Optimizer. Yeah, this thing's looking pretty damn nice for a while. And it works with anything for the graph. And I got a big old book that my dad gave me the other day. Technical Analysis of the Future Markets, a comprehensive guide to trading methods and applications. Big old book. It's made in 1986, I think it came out. And apparently, according to my dad, there's a section in it where it talks about how in the future you could possibly use computers to accelerate these calculations. Because they didn't really have computers like this in the 1980s. Yeah. That's funny. I actually understand a very large amount of it. Most of the stuff I'm doing is in that book, which is crazy. I was expecting it to just be a whole lot of, like, fancy, you know, well above me sort of knowledge, but no, it's actually pretty damn easy to follow. I understand it. It just uses words which I don't get, like, because it's naming things which I don't name.
Pink Fluffy Llama. I was doing some, research with a friend on a new idea of neural networks, and we looked into having the GPU just talking itself, and it's supposed to have reasonable, if not massive, performance gains.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's what I was saying, like, if I put my entire game engine on the graphics card, then I never have to talk to the CPU, so the graphics card just keeps doing its own thing over and over again. Just producing images. Updating as required, so... Yeah. If the entire thing can be parallel, there you go. Even if it's not doing parallel things, even if it's doing iterating things, it'll still be a lot faster if it doesn't have to communicate with the CPU. I'm not sure how much or anything like that, though. Yeah, I've actually no clue, because I know you have to send things
Pink
out. I don't
fluffy
know.
llama. Putting it all on the CPU would at least be an interesting thing to try.
Well, yeah, I mean, that would be the web worker thing.
GPU asterisk
Oh,
asterisk
yeah.
asterisk.
Yeah, you would usually test it on the CPU first. But, yeah, I will do it at some point. If nothing else, to learn a whole heck of a lot of stuff. Like, it will definitely be useful knowledge at some point. This entire thing I want to be putting on the graphics card at some point too. Like, this is the most minimal form of the program. So, like, I've changed it a bit now. But basically, I've just got this wibbly-wobbly line. That's the prices of the Bitcoin. Then I have this white wibbly-wobbly line here. So you got this white straight line, and then this. So when this goes up, that is basically a spike in this. So you can see it drop down there, which is a massive drop down here. And a spike here made a spike there, and a drop there made a drop here. So whenever one of these happens, this is when you'd want to buy and sell. So you buy when it goes below the line and sell when it's above the line. Nice and easy. That's literally all that's happening right now, and it's pulling a profit of 16%. It would be 3% if I did nothing. Yeah, but now I have this green line and red line, so basically the green and red line is 10%. So if it's trying to, like, when this line is above, we are selling. And if it's above this red line, then we are selling at least 10% of the amount of money we currently have in this currency. So, you know, if it was 10 times higher, it would be 100% of my money. And then the same with the green one. And that's just by default pulled in a profit. The other way I was doing it wasn't even doing that. So that's nice. I'm just going to toss it in the optimizer, which is going to tell, because this green line is just averaging all of the parts that go below are being averaged together. And that's the green line. So how many should I be averaging? Is the question. So if I put that through my optimizer, it's just going to try every situation in an interval of the data. What was the numbers that worked the best to have the best profit?
Interesting.
Yeah. So I'm technically doing AI learning, I suppose. This is how I assume it works. It just tries every combination of different things in a somewhat smarter way than just literally doing that. Until it has the best outcome, or the closest desired outcome. And then that's the information it'll use for the next however long, and then it'll re-optimize every X amount of time. Or every time would be more optimal. Should I just have it go every time? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so currently every 50 bits of data, it's going to sample and optimize. And it needs to optimize... Oh, now we've got things I'm not even using here. That number and this number. Which I should have...
Pink fluffy llama.
Nice.
AI training is really just a glorified picking of random numbers until there is an optimal result.
Basically. I have it a little bit smarter because this is the amount of things it would have to be going through, like, you know, 5,000 times 100 times 100 times 100 times 100, it's a lot of things. So instead I have it going through each one a single time. So it just goes from 0 to 5,000, and then whatever works the best is the number it keeps. And then 0 to 100, whatever's best, 0 to 100, whatever's best, 0 to 100, whatever's best. And then it'll do that 3 times. So, yeah. But now this one and that one isn't actually required. I'm not using this number at all anymore. That one is being used. Yeah. That one are not. Oh wait, no, that one is. That one and that one will be now. So, I think I got everything I need. Optimizer. So we are not doing a buy-sell. We are doing a buy and a sell. Oh, it should be a sell, I guess. That doesn't look right. Whatever. I scroll past, well past everything. What? Oh. That's for the normalizing, not for this thing. Oh. Wait, what did you... Hang on. Which one doesn't exist anymore? You exist but aren't being used. And you are a multiplier to that? I think this one is still being used? No. Nothing's highlighting. Oh wow. Okay. Oh well, still nothing's highlighting. What? Oh, okay. That one is not being used. This one is being used. That one is no, it is being used. Hang on, what am I doing with the mount? Nothing. Not being used. And then yeah. Then we had the buy-sell scale. But that's not what this is. You should be these things. Okay. So this thing is not being used. And this is not. No, this one is. This one's not. Okay. Well, that drastically cuts things down. Because that one was the one with 5,000. So this should go a whole heck of a lot faster. It doesn't really matter how long it takes, as long as it's done before the next interval of time. Which, 5 minutes, so it's got 5 minutes to do all of its calculations. I could shorten it, I could increase it. But this is just the easiest data that I can get without having to manually collect the data. Actually wait an amount of time to get it. Okay. The other question is just what order to put these things around in for best optimization, but that's that. Is that literally that? I think that's literally that. Okay. Waru. Whoop. Okay, so I've removed the intervals, so it's not exponentially getting quicker or slower. Oh, there it goes. And it crashed. It's doing that thing again. We've got the same numbers constantly, so the 10s worked, but that one did not. That one apparently was the best profit. Which is telling me literally any other number would be a loss. I mean, I know that's not true. Because it's a 1.4. That was like a 16 or something before. Did I do this wrong? Is this backwards? What's the one I want to change? So change is the last one. Wait, what is this? What? No. I want that. This is what I should be changing. No, it's crashed again. Okay, it seems to not like this, or there's no samples. I only have samples if not mode. If it is mode, then these should be going to currency 2. Which means this is actually fine to completely remove now. So the optimizer gets information and the not optimizer. Okay. The optimizer was never getting any samples to be able to mess. There we are! We got varying numbers! Oh, what's it gonna be? Above 33 would just be unbelievable. Anything into the 20s is pretty damn nice. Above 16 is perfect. 16. Huh. But we're not going into losses this time, because most of this was below before. Huh. How is this only 16? Okay. Anything look wrong? That looks wrong. What happened here? Why is there no data? I think it might be because of 1. Let's make it so 1 just never happens. I mean, I guess I could go 0. No. It's 2. You do something or you don't do anything. No, you do something. You never don't do anything. I don't know, because supposedly that was the best outcome. Or that was the best outcome for the last lot of stuff. I could lower the intervals? I could up the samples. I could change what the intervals and samples are. No. I don't think the exponentially thingy will help. Let's change that back to a 1, and let's add this in. What does that do? So 16 is the number still. Because this shouldn't be right. Because eventually we're just going to have a perfect number, supposedly, according to this design. And that number is the number that you want in all occasions, no matter what, to get the most optimal outcome, which just doesn't seem right. No matter what happens to the market, no matter what your graph looks like, this is the most optimal number. That just doesn't make sense. 38. That's a damn good number. But this can't be right. Okay, well there's one other option I can do here. Two other options. There's a number of other options I can... So the more information I'm sampling from, like this one's going longer intervals of time before sampling, so it's like every 10, 20, 30, 50, 100, whatever. And it's sampling all of the data between those points, getting the best outcome, and then using that for the next giant interval, and an even bigger interval. So it seems like the more data I'm sampling, the better the number is. But if something dramatic happens, everything stops working. Or I would assume. So what's the best interval would be the question. But there is no best interval because the best interval is all of it. So that doesn't work. But that doesn't make sense. The number that works well in here would not work in here. This is more exaggerated, more different. You got more buying or more selling. Can't be the same.
Pink fluffy llama. Have two intervals and try comparing them.
I can just change the interval. It's just this number at the end. How good of a job it does just entirely depends on how big this number is. So, if I actually use this in the real world, and I put $100 into this, I would have just gained $38 if this is over a 24-day period. Which means if I put in $1,000, I would have just got 138. I mean, 380. Or $381. Because it literally just moves the decimal place and works perfectly. But... Or at least it used to. I'm not sure if it still does. I'm assuming it still does. Yeah, what was I going to say? I was going to say something. Yeah, the problem is if I have 2-hour interval times, which I haven't tested with this, I guess I could just give that a go. Is there anything else I'd want to quickly change with this? Well, let's give it a go. Let's get rid of that thing to make it go a little faster. What happens if I put this into the 2-hour interval time? I don't think I changed anything. Should be all I gotta do. Should make a better way to do that without having to go to that other page. Just assign each one a variable and just reassign whatever the base one is. Job done. So this one was negative 200. Around about negative 180 was sort of the best I could get with my optimization starting from nothing. And about a positive 100 was the other best. Yeah, negative 189. It's about the same. It's definitely got much higher parts here, though. This is much better than it was before. What the world is going on here? This is not how this data used to look. Oh, it's the optimization interval times. Flip and flop in it. Oh, wait, what? No. What am I seeing here? Why is this so exaggerated? Is it averaged over a... I don't know. Oh, is it using data outside of the average? Maybe? I don't know. Wait, no, that can't be the intervals. Because it should be getting bigger. Oh god. Yeah, so these two areas basically mirror prices and what my thing's doing, my profits. That's what I'm trying to not have. Which there is actually a number which works perfectly with this. Just how do I get it to figure out that number? So yeah, that's no good. Probably if I just adjusted the interval time or something, it would work better. This was a positive number when I didn't have it doing the thing, so what if I just have it not doing the thing again? Boop. What will we be? I don't think it should be sampling stuff outside of the range it's supposed to be. I can, but... yeah. So this is... supposedly... Why is everything open? Yeah, every 50 things it's using 50 samples before, you know, the 50 prior samples every 50. Whatever. So negative 70. Not bad. I mean, it's not a positive, but that's actually the best number from figuring it out I've ever seen. Okay. What would happen if I was to just do this every single bit of new information? So every bit of information, it's going to look at the past 50, how best those should be, and then use that. So what? 70. What? Let's see if it beats 70. Negative 70. This is probably going to take an amount longer. 50 times longer, to be precise. Back to Facebook. I can't tell if this is any good. No. No. You're trash. Get out of here. Oh, it loaded. No. Good start, but that ain't advanced yet. Heck of a lot better than the other guy's thing. Is this a person? Did he make this? Or is this... What is this? What am I looking at? Any problems with it? Glass seems good. Consistently good. Lighting's okay.
Pink fluffy llama. That looks nice.
I thought there was like a streamer in the wind, but it's just weird light. They always have weird lights. Yeah, this is pretty good. The background image looks fine, glass looks fine, those are always the first two things. Ambient occlusion-y junky, bounce lighting looks fine, there's no noise from the denoiser. Smudgy, splotchy stuff. Lighting, aesthetic, yeah, that's fine. That is not fine. I'm assuming this guy is not that guy. He is not the one who made it. Get out of here. You only post things you made in Blender that's advanced. And then I have a whole heap of information about what advanced is. By my definition. I think this guy's just a straight up ad.
Pink Fluffy Llama, are you a mod?
Well, this is my group. I made this. It was never actually supposed to be a standalone group, though. It was supposed to work with a different group. The main Blender group on Facebook, which is called Blender. Yeah, I used to be the admin of that group until I added a guy who sort of hijacked the group from me. It's a big, long thing. I gave him the benefit of the doubt for well too long. Lots of people were telling me just to remove the guy. He himself did not want to be added. I basically forced him into it. Because I was going away for a week, so I'm like, I need someone to look after the group while I'm away. I'm gonna have internet. It's 1 week. Yeah, and then he started doing really bad things, which I didn't realize until later, and then when I called him out on it, things went bad, I woke up one day and he'd removed me as admin. He was like, you got plenty of warnings about me, I told you I was gonna do it. I'm like, look at every single damn message you've never sent. It's a bit schizophrenic, as far as I can tell. Yeah, but yeah, this was supposed to be fixing that group, the biggest problem which everybody had, which was the amount of new stuff in there, the same questions being repeated over and over again. People sort of left that group after a while. You start out, you join that group, you do your stuff, and then you leave it and move on to other groups. So that was the idea of Blender Advanced. They would move on from that group to this group. So, yeah. This is all of this, all of the advanced higher level stuff without all of the dumb questions, without all of the early wit posts and stuff like that. This is just the higher quality stuff that they liked. And I was supposed to be doing competitions and stuff in this group too. Never happened. I tried to do it, but there weren't enough people at the time that were interested. I could probably do it now. I mean, I'm sure I've got enough members. How many members do I got? 141 this week. It's pretty nice still, I guess. And, why does it say my total members? It used to say up here. Oh, there it is. 20,000. Huh. So this is about the size of the Blender group when I joined it, I think. Or a little bit more. I can't remember exactly how much anymore. Yeah. Fun times. I had so many plans for that damn group. So many. I wanted to make a whole community thing. I wanted to have a sort of a YouTube channel where people could post things, or I could moderated things would be posted there. Things the community were doing that were any good. And when you did, if it got ad review and stuff like that, then it would be sent back to you. So you didn't have to have a group with thousands of followers to be able to make money. You could just share it in this group, and you could get a percentage of the ads. And that way, if everybody in the Blender group or community or whatever had that universal community-driven channel, then you would have just very large amounts of viewers. Because it would be the combination of all other channels. It was the sort of ideas I was thinking later in the future. And yeah, and all of the money would go back to the Blender community. It would have a website as well. I was going to make deals with people around the world for discount 3D printing and framing of pictures and stuff like that, printing t-shirts, all that sort of junk. So you could model your stuff and have it printed on a t-shirt or a framed picture or 3D printed. And you could say where your location is, and you could find basically a discount link to somebody around your area or something. So I was going to have like a whole section of the site which would find the best prices for stuff like that. Because that stuff was a real damn pain back in those days. Not sure what it's like now.
Pink fluffy llama. Makes sense.
Yeah. And, you know, the site would get commission prices for all that sort of stuff. Very small percentage. It would probably still be cheaper than if you went normally. But hopefully there'll be enough flow through to, you know, whatever site was given the discounts would be happy giving a bit of a discount because the amount of people going through from my stuff, from the group stuff. Yeah, and that could be used to fund stuff. So you could have competitions with money prizes and all that sort of junk. You know, I thought it sounded pretty good. I thought this would be a thing lots of people would be willing to be able to get behind and back. I was looking at like hiring people to make the website and things and do all the code because I'm not as good with that. But to get it all started, I needed at least initial amounts of money, which was the point of the YouTube thing. That's how it's all going to start. So I was going to do competitions every month, I think it was, where people have like a you know, keyword or something, or rather I have to make the model based on that idea. Whoever, you know, like a person would win, there would be like top however many people, they'd be the better posts every month. And then once that stuff was all good and comfortable, people liked it and things, it was going to move into making animated things. Like, a perfect thing would be that,
Pink fluffy llama. If you need a web dev, send me a message.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to be doing any of that stuff again. Not anytime soon anyway. But, satisfying animations. You know, you see those things going around a lot. Imagine if there was a satisfying animation competition in a group with like 100,000 active members. You know, and then, you know, the best ones get put on the YouTube thing, and everybody on the thing would be looking at that YouTube to see those things, to see who won every week and stuff like that, every month, or however often. That was back when YouTube was just starting to get all the hate because people didn't like it anymore, because it was changing its ways. It'd really need to be every day. You'd have to have some sort of a community thing posted there. But yeah, that's the idea. That would start pulling in money. That money could then be used on the website, and then so on and so forth. It'd all be open source, not a dime from me or anybody else needs to be put into it. By the community, for the community. This thing looks amazing though. Poor Stick and Eevee. Looks great. This damn dude. He just put the smiley face there. This post is from 2018. You know how long he had to scroll to find this damn thing? Oh. And this one, I thought my group was dying, and then I posted this, and it's got like hundreds of likes and shares. And the same thing was posted in 10K, and only got like 20 likes. And it'd only been here for a number of hours, and it'd been in 10K for like a week. Yeah. Sometimes. But I can't be bothered. I've lost faith in humanity. It would take a hell of a lot of time and effort for me to be able to do that stuff now. I had people who were going to be working with me and stuff back then, but that all fell apart, because when he removed me, if anybody ever mentioned me, they would also get removed. All that sort of stuff. He was a very unstable guy. He was having all sorts of troubles, relationship things, and all sorts of stuff going on in life. Yeah. As far as I know, the group sort of fell apart a large amount after that. Like, no new posts were being approved for a long time, no new members were getting in, and the number of people were just dropping like a stone in the group. Partly because he was removing them. That was one of the bad things he was doing. I call it troll fishing. Where him and another guy would be working together, basically. This other guy would say stuff in the group that would trigger people and get a reaction from them. And then everybody who reacted to it would be deleted. And that was that. And you never saw admin history back then. They were just suddenly not in the group anymore. Unless you happened to be, like, noticed that you couldn't talk to them all of a sudden. Then you would never know. And yeah, he removed at least like well over 1,000 people by doing that. Every time I removed the guy that was doing the trolling, he would just re-add him back again. I was like, why do you keep doing this? What? He's like, oh, he's a friend. It's like, so? He's got many warnings, he's breaking the rules of the group, and he needs to go. Anyway. Not even really paying attention. What's this one? Is that good? Not really. Can you redeem yourself with ArtStation? Almost. No. I feel like you... Oh, it was that guy. Okay. Yeah, this guy was doing better, but then he's starting to get worse from the feels of it. Nah. No. Aesthetically displeasing. Compared to what would be good. There's still so many things in this I can't put into words for what should be advanced. Oh god, no. Yeah, that is not. That's pretty damn nice. Should I approve this today? Yeah, I think I will. I think that's my 4th post for today.
Pink fluffy llama.
Wait, did they show a thing at the beginning? Ah, there we go. Always start with your final result. Yeah. And he does have a lot of information here, and the end result isn't that bad considering. Well, that was a bit of a drastic change there. Done.
Pink fluffy llama. It looks like a squirrel demon.
Yeah, but the amount of... yeah, it's just a time-lapse thing. The amount of things he would have had to do... I mean, that's why I hate this stuff. It's like, it is what it is, you know? Like, he was going for something simple, something quick, something he was just messing around with making, and then, you know, made a time-lapse of, basically. But they didn't have a goal or anything, I think. Like, what can you learn from this? What is it? Is this advanced? What would an advanced this be? That's the real question. If this isn't advanced, what would be? And I don't know. It is what it is. It can't be more or less, it's just, that's it. I hate that stuff. I'll delete it. Maybe I should start deleting anything that's like that.
Pink fluffy llama. A tutorial on how to make it not like a demon.
Yeah, but it's not a tutorial, it's a time-lapse. It's different. Like, this thing's annoying too. Like, it's pretty great, except for one little problem right there. It's untextured. He just got this... Like, it's pretty nice, the shots, the music. I mean, it's not the best, but this guy's going places. He's got that Field of Youth thing. Like, you know, it's not the best, but he has a lot of potential. And I would approve him because of that alone. The reason I wouldn't approve it is because of this damn... that. It's untextured.
I like that.
But why this untextured area? He's just left it. Like, at least give it the black, but it's just default material.
That back is meh, though.
Yeah. Like, why have you done this? That is obvious. There's no way he missed this. Ah. I don't want to approve it just because of that. Like, number one rule of advanced or not advanced is, you know, you've fixed the obvious problems. That is a very damn obvious problem that is not fixed. What have we got this time? Negative 112. Not good. It really should be more optimized when I have it like this, just going every single frame. But it isn't. I don't know why. I could extend the amount that it's looking back, and that would make it better, I would assume. I mean, we've got this big dead zone here, and there. Yeah, we shouldn't have any of these dead zones. I'm not sure why that's happened. A number's locked up. I could increase the samples, but it's going to make it take a heck of a lot longer. This is just all below. That's trash. Terrible. But until I can get this and the other one both being positive, I'm not doing anything with this. This program is a failure. I mean, it is making massive amounts of potential profit, but, you know, I could be using this right now to make money. Literally be making money right now with this, but I have no way of knowing if it's suddenly going to become this. Like, I don't know what the difference between these things are, except for how damn exaggerated this is, which this thing was supposed to be fixing. But it's not quite averaging correctly, I guess. It's got a 1-to-1 by the looks of it, so it's always just doing 10%. This one isn't? I'm not sure. It can't go over 10%, can't it? No. Okay, what do I do to change this? I could... I need to scale it. Make this less exaggerated. How would I make this less exaggerated? Let's just literally make it less exaggerated and see what happens. This goes faster, so let's keep it like that. To make that less exaggerated, I would... That is the... this. Don't do that. I hate it! I want to approve it, but I just don't like that. I have to approve it, but why? Why have you done this? You can always tell how good the thing's going to be by that opening. Yeah. Nope. Quality is always obvious by your opening credit thing. It's better to just not have one, really. And have one that's bad. Negative, no. But I did de-exaggerate it. But this thing adjusts accordingly. I feel like that's around about what it was last time as well. Okay. So if I wanted to bring this down or up, I would add that onto here. Add that onto here. Okay, if I divide that by 10, what happens? So it was 180-ish, I think. I feel like there's no way this one's going to be bad. Oh. Never mind. No. 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 That camera movement hurt. The lighting wasn't good. The environment was terrible. The car was great-ish, I guess. What it was. Did not need to see more. 100% it was better. But would it be better if I times 10? Wait, is that making it buy or sell more? Right, is that making it more or less exaggerated? I don't know. I think that might have been the opposite of what I wanted to do. No. Woo. I mean, no, but that's Splash. This guy's always just posting stuff like that. It's the most elaborate one he's done yet, though. I hate it because I know people would like this.
The water is chill, but the heli is no.
I know. People generally like it because of how great the water is, if nothing else. But yeah, the camera work, the rocks, the water is the only really good thing. What have we got this time? 19. Nope. Alright, so making that smaller seemed to work. I feel like the amount of this needs to be smaller is the amount that 5 minutes is to 2 hours. Calculator? So 60 times 2, 120, 5 divided by 120 is that. How do I flip that? One divided by that? Yeah, 23, 24. What if I say this? What's next? I feel like I don't even need to look at this, but gotta give everybody at least a little bit of a chance. Yeah, no. I don't like this one. Like, it's great, except in this part now. If it didn't go entirely on that wall, it would be better. Like, if he just had one leg still on the ground. Because there's nothing on the feet to make it look like it's grabbing, the center of mass is all wrong. Like, he just did it because he could, not because it should. It's an Eevee render as well. I know I have to approve that one though, people are guaranteed to like this. Negative 171. No, okay, that's surprising. What if I throw a 0 on that? No, this is... It's squishing the line in. I feel like I want... Oh. What? Why does only one of these lines look altered? What's happening? Oh! Because we have that one and this one. Well, now this just feels wrong. It's just going to be, it's even more, I've re-exaggerated it, not un-exaggerated it. It should be at times, I feel. Okay. And not with the extra 0. How's that going to do? That's all it's up. So I think I had about 60 posts when I started. What am I down to now? 31. I always halved it. No. What the heck, bro? The same number. Alright. I've already saved it, haven't I? Yeah. Go again. Damn it, time. I gotta go get food in 10 minutes. Otherwise I miss out on food again today. Rather than not. Oh, this guy posted again. Oh, is it the same post? Oh, it's spaceship this time. It was a walker thing last time. I mean, you just sort of have to follow this because of how unusual yet good it is.
Pink fluffy llama. It looks a bit plasticine.
Yeah. It's just like unusual enough. People will like this. His tank one was better, I think.
I'm not a massive fan of it though.
No.
Is it really advanced compared to other things?
Well, in its terms of the thing that it is, there's very few things that get posted that are like that, if you get what I mean. Yeah, this is the tank one. I like this one much better. It looks like it's mostly recycled assets, but whatever. I don't know, it's not as good, but I think I'm going to prove it anyway because of the, prior experience. Oh, it's the worst one? Yeah, I was going to say this is looking pretty damn nice. But then not. Oh boy. What happened there? What's going on? Why is it so round? And that's not round. What's happening? I have one of these things being optimized but not the other? Or is that what the optimizer is telling it to be? That one's the buy. That one's the buy. That one's the sell. That one's the sell. That appears to be right. It must just be optimizing it to be like this. And I have it to the building amounts yet. What if... No, I shouldn't have to do anything like that dividing I was doing. It has to be some sort of a variable that it can figure out itself. Because as far as I keep saying, the only difference between this and the other data is it's just more exaggerated how quickly it goes up and down and how much it goes up and down. So it's just the graph squished and stretched. Should be able to figure this out. But yeah, that's not right. What if I make these both the same number? Rather than having two of these.
Pink fluffy llama. I've got to go do my job like a pleb, so see you later.
Thanks for dropping by, especially for so long. Almost you've been here for ages. And most you've talked. I should be able to just literally replace this. No. Yes? No. Yes? No. Yes? I just
Pink fluffy llama. Normally stuff comes up. Sorry, sad face.
yeah. I should just be able to completely comment that out, and then it should be the same. Now let's see what it does this time. Now I'm keeping this one. Fresh. Yeah, as I gotta go on it soon anyway, get some foods. Does it? Oh. What else is going on Facebooks? Did you actually just leave? Can't even. I can't even. I love that photo. It's like it totally looks like a photo. I mean, so good. Like, it looks like he's just got a black and white photo and then just drew over it. Damn, he lived a long damn time. What? I didn't realize he lived all the way to 91. Bruh. He lived a heck of a long time. Oh, it's done. Something went wrong with my profit life. It seems to be another. Yep. That ain't right. How did that become another? What? I have the variables. The variables are being assigned. There's nothing that's missing. Reverse a giant for free to ask questions if you know what's going on. So what the heck went wrong here? That's just being reassigned. You're just coming from the buying or selling, which is this. Floor? Yeah, I'd probably want to say this. Because one's upside down. No, what am I doing here? No. Yes? No. Yeah? No. What? No. Yeah? What? No. What am I doing? You are this. You are a completely different thing. You are the normalized sell, not the normalized buy. The difference is the amount of averaging we got going on. So that should just be a this. No. That should just be this. Yes. That is a great photo. Crazy. Although I feel like he's probably... This isn't just a coincidence. Oh, the line's looking good from what I can see there, but that never goes well for it, does it? Oh, look at that damn profit. That is huge. Yeah, and then we just did the mirror thing. Oh, that's a lot at the beginning. Okay, let's make this so I don't need to be toggling over to here to do stuff. Say 5 minutes, 2 hours, and I think this is 15 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes, okay. This is the last test, and then I'll give you attention. Okay. And then over here. Wait, did I say 15 minutes or 5 minutes? Alright. So that's that. That means I'm looking at this. So we got that, we got this, and then we just run. What do we get? Is it massive profit? I mean, looking at that other thing, this should be just off the scale. I'm expecting like 100% or higher on this now. Which is... No, I'm expecting it to be negative, but anyway. I'm hoping for it to be like 100% or higher. More reasonably around that 30 whatever mark. 26, okay. Not good. But not bad. Oh wow. It never went below the line. Second kitty cat. Mm-hmm. And then if I just detach this thing. It was like 26 or something, wasn't it? I don't know. Players. 19 was good. Oh, well, it's better if I have them both attached. But what is it like if I don't do this? Didn't even remember what that number just was. Oh, I'm not optimizing the other thing, damn it. I also have no clue what it's optimizing to. Maybe 100's not a high enough number. Okay, that's definitely 30. That's a very nice number. And what is this number? Gotta go. Blub, blub, blub. Come on, last few. Last one, I think. 38, that's less, isn't it? Wait, I just turned that on. So then the other thing would be to attach them. That was 38, right? I think it was 38. That one was 39. And then one last test. Ugh, but then it's going to get in a multiple test. I don't know. Making that number different. Because what if I divide it by 2? Because right now it's a 10% thing. It's just basically scaling. Damn it! That's where that number comes into things again. Whatever. Yeah, 39. Okay, so it's better if it's attached. Interesting. And then what happens if I just divide by 2? So let's just grab the number. So this is number to beat. Is it going to be bigger? Is it going to be smaller? Because maybe 10% isn't the most optimal number, but then what is the most optimal number? The most optimal number would depend on what's going on currently. So that should be set to a variable. Yeah. Which would be a scaling thing. Is it already a well, this is a scaling thing. Volume? Nah, I don't know. It is ever so slightly lower. There's just pure chance. Yes, I feel like I need something to scale this number. And I need something that what? I mean, the amount of numbers I'm averaging together would be the squishing in that axis, and the value of this would be the stretching in this axis, right? So with the higher values, I want less of an average, and I want more of a normal, more of a this thing. And that should make it work on the 2-hour thing. But the problem is, this doesn't even use an hour's worth of sampling. So, if it's less optimal with over an hour's worth of sampling, then 2 hours is going to be really damn unoptimal. Which sucks because I know it's not. I know that it has a number that will give me a positive 100%. I know there's one that exists, because if I run the optimizer over the entire thing, it gives it to me. But it can't figure it out beforehand. Can't figure it out on the way, which really makes me wonder what the optimal number for this would be if I just toss the whole thing through here. Because, I mean, that's already higher than the most optimal number before, and this is without even knowing. Ugh. I hate it. I could be using this right now. Right now, I could just connect this up to the API and be making money. That's not guaranteed. I really should, though. I really should just plug this into 5-minute interval data. I got at least $10 in Bitcoin somewhere or other. I mean, while I've been creating this thing, I would have already gotten at least like $1 or something, probably. Maybe. I don't know. Whatever. I'm gonna go get my sandwich. 5 minutes late now. What the what? Huh? No, 8. Yes, right. Like, what's the time? Yeah. I gotta go. May or may not be back later. Probably not.